Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and tonight we welcome back Matt and his back are back to the show. Matt.
I am, I am at an angle since I can't sit up very long yet. Uh, in my bed on a foam wedge from China.
Ooh, China. The,
China.
now, was that pre or post tariff?
It's hard to tell these days. Keeps going up and down. Post tariff,
Right.
but I'm guessing they had them in stock here in the country still because it wasn't that expensive.
Uh, fortunate.
Yep.
So welcome back. We hope you all, and especially Matt, enjoyed last week's episode that we did in your absence. Again, special thanks to our good buddies Jimmy Ligon, Derek Day, and new friend B.S. Lewis for joining me on the show. See, Matt, this is how many people it takes to replace you. I had to find, yeah,
No, it was good. I did
three
watch
whole
it.
other people.
I got almost all the way through it. That doesn't mean it was bad, and I was I was like, got almost all the way. No, it was good. It was enjoyable. You and BS had like a good long conversation. It was good
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, it was great talking with him. Get to know him a little better. Also, I caught a stream that he did over the weekend. Was commenting on there, and he gave our show a nice little shout out when he saw my comments. So
Excellent
appreciate that. Yeah, definitely.
reciprocity.
hmm So yeah, so I guess to reciprocate the reciprocity, go check out B.S. Lewis. Link to his as well as Derek and Jimmy's YouTube channels were in the description for last week's show. So check them out. But also, while you're there in the internet land, or I guess while you're here, if you're watching, you're already here, I guess. Uh, in addition to doing such things on their channels, on ours, be sure to like, subscribe, follow, comment, share stuff,
The
all the
things the
things that,
internet loves. Do those things.
mhm, and the things that I'm supposed to tell you all to do. All right, now, so but before we get into other things, I guess first I wanted to give Matt a chance to just kind of give people an update if he wanted, or as much as he wanted on his situation. And then there is the Derek of MythVision situation. That's that's a thing. But before we get to that, I had another little special announcement. But first, what are you drinking tonight, Matt?
I can't do alcohol right now because of the meds that I'm taking. But I do have ginger beer, Harborman ginger beer,
Ooh.
spicy.
Mm.
Uh, I asked for ginger ale, and apparently at the beer store they have good ginger beer too. So it's not alcoholic,
Hmm.
but it's like fancier than ginger ale, I guess.
Nice.
And
Yeah, I've had that
it's
before. It's
tasty.
Yeah, it's a bit more substantial and like heartier
Yeah.
than the typical like ginger ale. Like it's not like just a soda. It's like, whew, it's it's something. All right. Well, I am keeping with the alcohol tonight. Got another one of those Sierra Nevada Torpedo variety packs, but they had a couple of new ones in there in addition to the original and the Atomic, which is the Imperial. For people who don't know Sierra Nevada, their Torpedo is an IPA where they were trying to figure out as many possible ways to get hops into the beer, and they were so obsessed with that they invented their own device for putting hops into it. They called their hop torpedo. So they made a special IPA with it, and then now they made a whole bunch of different kinds. So the first one I have tonight, in addition to the regular and the atomic, which is the imperial version, there's two other styles in the pack. The first one here is the electric torpedo.
Ooh.
I don't really know what makes it electric, except it just says it's a high voltage hop experience. Features a blend of hops for a West Coast IPA with a striking balance of orange, stone fruit, and herbal hop flavors. So,
Huh.
yeah, I mean, I've had one of these already. It's good. Like,
Is it kind of punchy? Is the flavor electric?
I mean, only because they called it electric, and now I'm looking for ways that it is. I might say like the hop bitterness is like maybe like a little sharper, like pricklier, and but I mean, it's to me, it's just a good IPA. I don't know.
Does it have that ozone smell like static electricity does when it discharges?
Not noticeably anyway,
That
but
would be
like I
weird.
said, it's just good. But before we get into other things tonight, bit of a, I guess, little more somber anniversary, especially for those of us here in Cincinnati tonight. I don't know if you remember this, Matt, but 9 years ago today, what
Oh,
we said,
Hammurabi.
yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to rearrange. Restream has
No,
been like,
Harambe. Harambe. That was his name.
yeah.
Said
Are you
Hammurabi.
thinking of
That's not it.
you were thinking of digital Hammurabi?
Yeah, that was still
That'll
in my
come up
head.
later. But yeah, remember, yeah, good old Harambe. 9 years ago today, we tragically lost our silverback boy. But so for those who got him, to Harambe. Oh yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, maybe they didn't have to shoot him, but it was protocol.
Yeah. Also, I was about to say fun fact, but I don't know if it's really fun. I was actually at the Cincinnati Zoo that day. I wasn't there when it happened, but like we left a little earlier. But yeah, I was there. I was even at the like gorilla enclosure thing. So I saw him the last day he was alive. But
That was a national thing. People,
mhm.
people, Harambe became a meme, like an emotional meme.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, which I was kind of surprised. Like I didn't know people. Like I really don't really understand how that became such a thing, but I dig it.
I think it's
But
just like look at him. He seems cool. Like
yeah,
it didn't hurt the kid. Like from what I
hmm
remember, like somehow a
yeah,
kid got into the enclosure, right? And
yeah, and then Harambe got him, and it's hard to tell. Like I guess people say maybe he was like trying to protect the kid because like he was basically grabbing him and like pulling him around and keeping him away from like the zookeepers and like people who work there. But I guess one of the things was they were saying like the way he was dragging him around, like he was like even like dragging him like it was shallow, but still like through a little water that they had in the area, and they said, and they're like. Harambe may not understand that this is like a human and not a gorilla, and might be a little too rough with him to the point where it could
correct. Yeah,
really be like threatening for the kids. So yeah, they just and
yeah. I
people say,
forgot.
why didn't they just? Yeah.
I'd forgot that he actually had hands on him on the kid.
Oh yeah, he was like grabbing him and pulling him around and stuff. But and one of the things that people say is like, why didn't they just like tranquilize him? Well, it's because tranquilizers aren't instant. So before it actually would have taken effect, he probably would have become more agitated.
And
Um,
and if it suddenly takes effect and he falls over, you could have fallen on the kid. It's just like, yeah, the most
yeah,
predictable outcome would have been shooting him.
yeah. And I also got to say for the people who were also really hard on the kid's parents, like, how could you let your kid do that? Like, first of all, like, none of you people must have small children. Like, especially, I also say, like I said, I was at the zoo that day. Like, it was like a crazy, crowded, packed day, and it was also kind of rainy, so conditions there were just and
And
but
the kids are always
yeah.
like milling around,
Mm-hmm.
and like it's hard to keep your kids close to you, even when you're doing it on purpose. And
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
sometimes, like you, for a second, you mistake another kid in out of the corner of your eye for your
Mm-hmm.
kid, and then
Yeah. Yeah.
that could have been all it took. Um,
Yeah, and
and you,
and they obviously have like since redesigned like the whole enclosure and display and everything, so it's a completely different setup. But like the way it was before, like looking back, like it was pretty easy for like a kid, like if you just look away from him for 5 seconds, for him to like basically like duck under a bush and over a bar, and there he's in. So that's kind of what happened. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it would have taken some effort, but not difficult.
yeah, yeah. But anyway, so to Harambe, always in our hearts. All right, now I got some comments here, but no offense to the commenter, but I kind of didn't want them up at the same time as our boy. But Online Warriors for Christ is, or at least was back. Looks like they had to run. But greetings, gentlemen. Just wanted to pop in and ask you to remember us when you see us go on the rapture. How could I forget you if I'm seeing you go on the rapture? But sorry, getting too picky already. Run to Jesus the moment you see us go. Like, now I have not heard
Isn't it
this
too
part
late?
of. Yeah, because I was gonna say I have not heard of I have not heard this part of the rapture lore. Like, apparently, once you see everyone go, because I was told, oh, once you see everyone going up, it's too late. Like, tribulation for you, motherfuckers. But I guess if you're close enough to where Jesus is actually coming down, which I guess is supposed to be in Jerusalem or something, then if you just like run towards him real quick, then I guess that counts.
What if
I
we're in
mean,
America and like the closest we could get running is the coast? Is that good enough?
it's like if I like start swimming, like, look, Jesus, I'm trying to swim, but the ocean and other
Yeah.
continents in the way. Like, will that count? I don't know. They're like, Online Warriors, please come back and let me
Is there like
know.
a second shuttle like to heaven? Like,
But don't fall for a possible alien abduction lie. Whatever you do, do not take the mark of the beast. I do not have a "Make America Great Again" hat. No worries there.
well, all right, good call. Possible alien abduction. I mean, do you really fall for alien abduction, or is it just something that happens to you?
Yeah, it seems like it's like the opposite of
It's like it's
falling.
forced on you.
Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think he means like if other people say, "Oh, it wasn't the rapture; it was aliens." Don't fall for that.
Well, what if they
But
came? What if Jesus comes in a spaceship, or like,
mm, mm,
and then he's like, "I'm
yep.
totally not an alien, guys. Totally Jesus, but like, he's totally in a spaceship."
But you got like the big, like bulbous gray head with like the weird eyes. Like, oh, sorry, I'm still wearing my costume from a party last night. My bad.
All right. Well, here's a little twist to the thing. Okay, there's one of the
Ooh.
alien races. They don't show up very often, but one of the distinct alien or non-human, sorry, because it's unclear where they're from. One of the distinct non-human intelligence beings. They look a lot like angels from the Bible. They're like extra tall. They look just kind of like bigger humans, but with very perfect features. Um, tend to have light-colored hair. Tend to have uh, eyes that people say not so much are blue, but kind of like have like a blue light or something to them.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that, other than their larger stature, that's the only thing that makes them look not human. Um,
Mm.
so those are, if those are non-human beings, but they're not angels and they're not Jesus, but they could be what stories about angels were about.
Yeah.
Do they count as falling for the alien lie? If they are actually the angels that were discussed in the Bible.
Mm. See, all good questions, and I wish Online Warrior or Warriors, however many of them there are this time, had not had to run.
Yeah.
But hey, I guess if you do see us in heaven, please explain how all this stuff works. And if people are
Please,
curious about,
please explain how we got there.
yes, I'm sure if I end up in heaven, I will definitely be very confused. So I
I
will.
was like, I'm not sure I came here willingly.
Yep. But if anyone's curious why I mentioned the MAGA hats or the mark of the beast, I mean, come on. I mean, mark on their forehead. I mean, the dude even like
Yeah,
survived a head wound, and people marveled at it.
yeah.
It's right there in the Bible, folks. I
So
mean,
many things.
hmm
He's clearly pretending to be a good person. I mean, like this is like
hmm
Antichrist material. Just
yep.
it's it would
He
make
will
a bad
deceive.
movie because it's too obvious.
Yeah, he will deceive many. Yeah, which reminds me. Speaking of B.S.
Christians
Lewis, I don't
will
know.
love him and think he's their
hmm
last hope and shit.
Right. Yeah, but speaking of things seeming like another thing, but are actually not the thing, but are the other thing. Um, Interesting theory I heard from B.S. Lewis on his stream. I don't know if this is originally his theory or, but because you've heard like people talk about how there are interpretations of some Old Testament passages, specifically the Garden of Eden, the fall story, where like I guess some interpretations say like the serpent was actually Christ. Like so, there's like
Oh,
that whole
it's,
thing.
yeah,
But
and like a symbol of wisdom. Yeah.
right, but apparently there's like similar but like opposite theory that BS was talking about, where Jesus, like the character, like in the Gospels on Earth, that Jesus was actually Satan.
Mm.
Which I mean, you think about it. I mean, because this is something that I've like talked about before, like seeing like the turn. Because like in the Old Testament, like who are the good guys? Like these super religious Jewish people who know the law, they know the prophets, they know the prophecies, everything. But then as soon as the New Testament comes, it just flips, and they're all of a sudden the bad guys. They're like, because they're looking at Jesus, it's like, hey, you don't look like the Messiah that we were foretold, and he's like, no, I totally am. And then from their perspective, we have this guy who's like literally deceiving everyone, completely corrupts the religion, corrupts the message, all this
Yeah.
like. So maybe that's something
Turned
we could have
turned
BS
it
on
into kind of
sometime.
a
Yeah.
nothing religion, where even the people
hmm
in it don't really have a clear doctrine about what it is.
Yeah, I mean all the confusion that there's been since, and yeah, it's. I think it's pretty solid. Maybe we should have him on sometime to discuss that.
Oh, yeah, that would be interesting. Um, I did want to give like a quick recap on my back. So,
Yes, that was good. I definitely. I was
okay,
about to say, yeah, that's technically our first drink segment. Is
yeah.
you giving whatever updates you would like. So all yours.
Um, so like I knew I had degenerative disc issues, which just means your discs are wearing out a little early. Um, and you can have like aches or pains. You can strain your back more easily. And that would happen like every 3 months or so. I'd have to take like, a few days to a week off of work to have everything calm down. And then, I'd be back to working again and it'd be fine. Um, that had started happening a little more frequently, uh, to the point where like I noticed it like it had happened sooner than the last time. But then I was sitting on the couch downstairs watching, trying to recover from a regular back strain, I thought. And then I stood up and it just like I had like a pinch and then it wouldn't go away. No matter like what position I was in or anything. And then that concerned me.
Yeah.
Um, took some like Advil and shit and I think I had part of a weed gummy and went to bed and then the next day like I was toast. Like it was like pinching, like shooting pain. Um, and so it would pinch in my back and then down my left leg. It was just kind of all the nerves in that leg started doing all the pain at once. But it would ramp up, and I could feel it just like tightening and tightening and tightening. Um, and it got so bad to the point where I was like moaning uncontrollably in pain and then it turned into kind of like a yell crying, and then it was just like
Mm-hmm.
squeaking. um,
Like you making squeaking noises or
yeah,
something? Your back?
yeah,
Okay.
just I was just squeaking out little noises.
Mm, yeah.
It was just agony, and that. So I thought, okay, I'll try to take it easy. um,
Yeah.
but I ended up going to the hospital. First time I went to the emergency room, they gave me um, like a steroid injection and something else to help with the nerve pain, and that calmed it down a little bit. And they're like, "Do you think you are able to go home?" And I didn't realize that like if you say yes, then you're going home.
Mm,
um, and I should have said I'm not better. So
yeah.
I went home and came back a day later because I was in extreme pain. Called the doctor, and he's like my regular doctor, and he said, uh, "Go to the ER. Tell them you want to be admitted for pain management, and that you need scans of your back." And so I did that, and they were a little miffed that I asked for scans of my back because that's apparently a little forward to do going to the ER.
Mm,
But because I was in such extreme pain, um, and I was freaking out the other person in the waiting room because I had to like sit out there and wait in the wheelchair, and I was just like writhing in pain in it and making all kinds of noises. And so they took me back and got me in for an MRI, and I had a herniated disc,
mm,
which was pretty well smashing. So nerves come off of you've got your spinal cord like inside your vertebrae, but then when you get down to your lower vertebrae, your lumbar are, it kind of is no longer inside and it branches out on the outside. Um, and the disc was pushing on the nerve root that branches out to my left leg, which is why my left leg was in pain and going numb and freaking out because those
mm-hmm.
nerves were halfway or depending on the angle, they were either halfway compressed or mostly compressed. Uh, so they tried to
Mm-hmm.
solve it in the hospital with just regular stuff because insurance doesn't like to do surgery unless you've tried the other things first. So they try the things that like try to reduce swelling to see if you can kind of like live with this and see if the disc kind of goes back. But just looking at the images, you're like
Mm-hmm.
fucking ballooned on the outside of the
Yeah.
vertebrae. Like, it's,
Uh,
you gotta smash it to get it back in. um,
like, yeah.
so they gave me steroid injections.
Ooh. If you
They
want, I
tried.
might be able to. I might be able to pull up the images if you want me
Yeah,
to.
I
Or
can't.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I can't do it on my phone easily because I don't know how to do it with Restream on my phone.
Yeah. 'Cause I would say, did you put it on your page, or was that Erin that put it on hers?
I think Aaron did. I might
Yeah.
have
All
also.
right.
I don't remember. There was a lot of pain meds involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it's on Erin. So yeah, keep talking while I pull that up.
um, so they did the pain meds and steroid injections, and that didn't really do anything in the hospital. I was at the hospital for almost a week total. Uh, they then did an epidural injection because that's the next thing to do before surgery, so insurance will believe you. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and what they do is they give you a steroid injection, not directly into the nerve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so where that yellow line is, that
Yeah.
that goes. It's an indicator where it goes like through the disc, and you can see that like
Yeah.
circle
Yeah. Right here.
that isn't in the areas above or below it. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
squishing a nerve root. And I was told by the ER doctor and actually somebody else at the hospital that I was every time. I had a pain spasm, I was having at least childbirth levels of pain.
Ooh, at least.
Um,
Mm.
Potentially more. Uh, so I was like, thank you. Thank you. Like, like, I wasn't able to explain it to people without sounding like I was exaggerating.
Yeah.
They're like, and can you describe your pain? And I was like, I don't, just fucking all of it, lady. I was uh, like there's an electric knife explosion happening in my leg.
It's electric. Toot, toot, toot. So now, like, you got something to say, like, anytime, like, a woman, like, complains to you about, do you have any idea how painful it
Yes,
is to get...
I do.
It's like, and at least you got a kid out of it. But,
It's like, okay, now
uh,
imagine giving birth like through your leg bone. Like, I'm not saying it's the same, but like, yeah,
hmm
I have felt your pain.
hmm yeah. So,
Okay, so the epidural nerve block, not nerve block, epidural nerve steroid injection. What they do is they give you the steroid injection, but this time they give it as close to in the nerve as possible without being in the nerve. Like
mm,
within a millimeter is their aim.
wow.
Yeah, so they do that and they like shove a bunch of steroid injection down there, and it is very much like the original pain, except this time it's like a zap.
Mm,
uh, and then I tried to roll over back onto the gurney thing to go back up to my room, and I couldn't do it. And I was like, I need help. So they rolled me over like a plank of wood
mm,
because I was all like stiff from locking up with the
yeah.
pain. So that helped a little bit. Like the pain area got more narrow in my leg, but didn't make it go away.
hmm
Because of course that was obvious. It wasn't going to do that. And then they got me in for surgery pretty quick. Uh, it was very Top Gun vibes in the ER or OR room when I got down there.
Nice.
They're like ripping on each other, teasing some guy
Uh-huh.
who's like putting the circulation things on my legs. Um, and they're like he's new at this, and apparently he'd been there like 10 years or something. And I was like, oh, was that the it's his first day joke?
hmm
Yeah.
hmm
It's like, yeah, they told me that at Brugger's when I was there. I didn't make a mistake. I tell customers it was my first day. And they're like, shut up.
Well, that was nice of him, in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then pain went away pretty much. Nerve pain went away pretty much for a day, and then just internal little swelling from the surgery still pushing on nerves. My leg is weak from not using it for like a week, and so walking around is difficult, and I get like overwhelming pinchy pain sometimes. Um, but if I don't push myself too hard, I am getting more coordinated and stronger again. Um,
nice.
as long as I take my nerve pain medicine and my muscle relaxer and the pain medicine, that all helps. Otherwise, just laying in bed would be painful too.
Mm.
Not as painful as
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, I remember like you like texting me like with updates and just kind of explaining like how you're feeling and like I kind of felt bad because like as you were like texting me all this stuff, I'm like I can't think of anything else to say except well shit. Or that sucks. Like I so yeah. Yeah.
But I have been watching a lot of X Files.
Oh good. Good.
There are a bunch of them I never saw because they if you didn't catch them the first time they aired, when they did their reruns, they would only show the ones that were actually popular.
Mhm.
or did well with commercials.
Yeah, yeah. This is back in the day of just like regular TV for any youngins who may be watching. It's
Yeah,
like before we had like the streaming services and the
like
YouTubes and the on-demand stuff.
1990, I think, was the first season.
Mm.
Like that's
Yeah,
damn near
that's
80s.
yeah. I mean, that's back in the day. It's like if you wanted to watch it, like you had to physically be in front of a TV
Yep.
while it was on, and if you missed it, you just missed it.
If you had to pee and you like it took a little longer than a commercial, then you missed whatever happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. No pausing, no rewind. Yeah.
Well, I got a couple cool things. I think they tried to redo one of my IVs like during surgery and
Ooh.
blew out a vein.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it looks like I've got like a Kool-Aid tattoo.
Interesting. Maybe you should actually get a Kool-Aid tattoo right now. That actually sounds pretty good.
My IV was in the other arm, but I think that one got occluded, meaning it got blocked during surgery. And because they didn't put a second one in before surgery, they must have put it in when I was face down on the table because the tape on it was nuts. Like 8 pieces of tape on it, and it looked like somebody was wearing like mittens or something when they tried to do it.
I'd like to see that. Actually, someone tried to do that with mittens on.
I did need a nurse to wipe my butt once while I was at the hospital. That was something I wanted to avoid.
Most people do, yeah.
Yeah.
So
But she heard me like grunting in there because of the pain, and she's like, "Do you need help?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And then she heard me grunting, and she's like, "Seriously?" She's like, "I can help you wipe." And I said, "I'm not that old yet." And she's like, "That's not even what it's about." And then I was still having trouble, and she's like, "Look, what if I just come in and do it, and then we never talk about it again?" And I was like, "Fine."
and so here we are talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like we should have her on. Like, nurse, if you happen to be watching, if you want to hop on and help us retell the story, because I mean, I'm interested. I mean, you don't need to go into all the details. Obviously, I'm not interested in those details, but
No, but okay, there's one little funnier one.
Good.
She's like, "You good?" And I said, "I don't know. You tell me."
It's like, I don't know. Show me. It's like,
I'm not really in charge at this point, lady.
yeah, that's what. Yeah, I remember because I came to visit you in the hospital while you were there. This was before your surgery, and some of the questions they ask, like to me, I just find amusing. Like I remember, like I think it was a nurse. Like he was asked, he was like just starting to shift, so he was coming in like checking in on you, getting all your like info and stuff. But he was asking about like pain levels and stuff, and he asked like, "And what's your target pain level?" or something like that. I'm like, shouldn't it be like 0? I mean, how is that not the target? I don't know, but
nobody else had asked that. I think he was like, "So what would you be comfortable with?"
Yeah, I think from what I remember, he basically kind of clarified like, but what's kind of the expected like what we can actually like reasonably think you might. At least that was kind of the vibe I was getting from.
Nobody had told me. Nobody had like told me that. I know they tried not to get it down to 0 if you are in pain for something, because then there's no awareness of what is happening. Like, did it get worse? Did it get better? So
Yeah.
they have to get it down to where it's manageable but not completely gone.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
that
they
makes
have
sense.
no reference.
Yeah. 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 I guess they know what they're doing over there. So
That was Kyle. I think that was Nurse Kyle.
yeah.
And later in the evening, he had to give me a sanitizing sponge bath for surgery. Undies on, nothing crazy.
Like what? They
Uh,
didn't care about real cleanliness.
well,
Dumb.
I didn't work with that area.
Hmm.
That's not my back. But I did have to have my feet cleaned, which was interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, because the underwear area, that's notoriously like not like one of the most needing of washing areas on the body, right? Oh, for a second there, I thought you were putting like one of your feet up in front of the camera, like, see my
Oh
feet. So,
no, I had a message pop up, and
uh,
um,
I was like, how are you doing that?
yeah. So while Kyle was doing that, we discussed. He was from the Philippines originally, and we discussed China's activity on the
Oh,
man-made Philippine Islands, um,
hmm,
and Philippines history, how they used to be controlled by Spain, and then like Japan colonized by Spain, and then kind of absorbed by Japan, and then the U.S. took over, but the U.S.
hmm,
gave them their independence, but now their country is really corrupt. And I was like, yeah, so that often happens when the U.S. gives a country its independence. The people that they are okay with being in power are usually controllable by money. Uh, in fact,
yeah,
democracy slash independence does not really seem to be a motivating factor when the U.S. gets involved in your country's sovereignty. It has more to do with
yeah. Go fig.
who can they control with money.
Yep, pretty much, pretty
And
much.
sometimes that's a dictator.
Mm-hmm. Yep, tends to be. All right. Well,
Speaking of
what?
not related things,
Yeah. I'll say if you've done like shared all you want about
yeah,
the
I'm
back.
good.
All right. So we have other things to talk about.
We're not
Man,
quite sure how to. Well, we know how we're probably going to do it. We're not
right?
sure it's the best way. It's not the
It's
most
going to
tact.
be a way.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to be a
So
way. Not the most tactful. Probably the
yeah.
most amusing.
All right. So like I said, so relatively shorter first drink segment for
Yeah.
us tonight, technically, because like I mean, as you can see, I'm still on my first, but hey, we'll get to it. But I guess I was about to say in a rare occurrence, like our second drink is actually the featured segment. Not to diminish what you just shared, Matt. I don't want
Not
to.
at all.
Yeah. But all right. So for the people, like if you saw previous posts or if you saw me introing the episode or if you read the description, um, so I don't know how many people. So apparently, at least on the YouTube side, we got some people who are at least somewhat familiar with the YouTube channel MythVision. Um, Facebook friends, I don't know how many of those are familiar, other than just us talking about it here on the show. I know we've mentioned it several times, as recently as just a couple weeks ago. So, so how would you describe the MythVision YouTube channel for people who aren't familiar with it?
I think in its most long run, okay, as far, my awareness of it happened after a certain time period, so I'm not familiar with its original stuff. They get into a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the history of the Bible, like regional context, other myths in the region. It's not a Jesus mythicist channel. The angle isn't that Jesus is a myth and that whole story is a
Yeah.
myth. It's more about
Well, apparently that's how it started.
Oh,
Like
okay.
originally, Derek, the guy running it, was a mythicist, and that's where the name came
That's
from.
right.
That it's kind of connected to the topic of tonight as well. But yeah,
A lot of like interest in the writings, like the Bible as literature, as historical
hmm
uh, literature, and deeper regional context. The peoples who wrote it, getting into like their whole life story. Um,
hmm
it just bringing a lot more depth and stuff
right.
to the material.
Yeah, I'd say like he. So like so it's run by this guy named Derek Lambert, and he himself is not like a professional biblical scholar or anything, but the main thing about the channel
He's an
is
amateur scholar.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
he's done
he's
really good
definitely
work.
like yeah, he's studied a lot, knows a lot of stuff. Seems pretty bright as far as that stuff goes. But the main thing about his channel is he has as guests on his channel, like through interviews or like in documentaries or whatever, like actual like real life biblical scholars. But the thing that really drew me to it was it's a lot of very like critical biblical scholarship. Like so, Derek, like if people are familiar with his story, he's a former Christian, current, like I think he still like identifies as like atheist, agnostic, um, but he'll have like just about any kind of scholar on there, including some Christian scholars, at least who
Yeah.
are willing to come on. They tend to be of the much more like progressive type. You know, think you're like Dale Allison's. Uh, this one guy completely blanking on his name. I think he's Irish, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so Matt disappeared.
Sorry, I have to
Um,
do a thing.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Um, yes, we can still hear you.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I had to restart a medicine timer.
Ah, cool. Um, but yeah, so that's one of the things that like first like drew us to the channel was like hearing like from biblical scholars that we'd never even heard of, hearing information we weren't familiar with. It's how we got introduced to people that we've also mentioned on the show, like Dr. Kip Davis, like Dr. Josh Bowen, other scholars like who have their
Stavrakopoulos.
own. Yeah,
What's her first name?
Francesca Stavrakopoulou.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with her Anatomy of God.
yeah, we've mentioned that book several times. But yeah, Dr. Kip and Dr. Josh, like they have their own YouTube channels and stuff. Like Stavrakopoulos, I don't know if she's on YouTube or not, but even other like non YouTube folks, like one person I think of and reference a lot is Dr. Richard C. Miller. Um,
Yep.
yeah, so we could go on with like, all the different like scholars and other people we've been introduced to through the channel. So basically, all that to say, like for a while, like me and Matt have been big fans.
Yeah, he's done
Yeah.
valuable work.
Yeah.
So I
But
guess you could say like he has made a lot of university level scholarship approachable to the layperson. Like there were things going
mm,
on in higher level scholarship that regular people just didn't know about, and it was pretty cool. And
yeah.
he helped like people tap into that.
hmm As well as another thing that's going to come up in this video we're going to watch, he even started like his own line of courses called MVP courses for MythVision podcast. But also MVP courses, you know, just sounds cool. Where he would have some of the scholars that he'd have on their show just put together like, you know, course level material, like they
Yeah,
record videos and yeah, it seemed like a pretty cool setup. Like I never like bought or whatever, um, yeah, subscribed or whatever the deal was with those. Yeah, I never checked any of those out, but yeah, it seemed like for those who did, they seemed pretty quality. But yes, but anyway, so like I said, like me and Matt were, I guess, say huge fans until it was over the weekend. I want to say it was like Friday or Saturday this past weekend. Um, oh yeah, but before I go into that, one another thing I wanted to mention, like I said, as much as we love the channel, we thought like Derek was doing like good work. I will say I wasn't there for Derek, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Like he himself, like he seemed like a cool dude. Like I said, smart. I appreciated like all the work he was putting in to stuff, but he would also sometimes do just like his own like solo videos, and like I was never really a fan of those because like his style, I was like, yeah, I prefer hearing from the actual scholars as opposed to his like just voiceover over animations. Or I don't know if they were like AI or if he I don't know if he does animation or if he hired someone for it. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. But anyway, like I said, wasn't there for him necessarily. So, but
Something
also,
weird happened.
yeah. Before we get to that, just and you'll kind of see some of this energy, but I just wanted to first talk about something that you know, how like while you still kind of generally like a person, like you'll notice these little things about their personality, but you're kind of like, that's I know it's a thing, but it's probably fine. It's just a little annoyance, maybe it's a little quirk they have, but I'm sure it's cool. You know, you just kind of ignore it. But then once you learn a little more about the person and your opinion of them like completely shifts, then like all these little things just start jumping out all over the place. One of those things for me, I'll just share real quick. So here is just a quick look. This is the MythVision podcast YouTube channel here. I don't know how well people can read this, but here's just a sampling of, and this is like all on like some of the featured like top videos on his channel here. Like some of the descriptions, like tell me if you notice any kind of pattern here. The origin of Jesus's baptism will blow your mind. Then here we have the origin of Enoch will blow your mind. The true origins of Genesis creation will blow your blow your what? It's not showing. Okay, blow your mind. Okay, we're still blowing minds. Nothing. Not something else. Or yeah, the origins of Adam and Eve will blow your mind. Now here's one. Okay, this isn't blowing our mind, but the real God of the Bible, the most accurate Bible documentary you'll ever see. So
Like,
it's like
hold
stuff.
on.
Yeah.
Easy, buddy.
Yeah. So yeah. So that
A little
was
over the
that.
top.
Yeah. So that's the channel. So now, like I mentioned, over the weekend he released this video, and it's titled MythVision Warning: Toxic People Are Trying to Destroy Careers, and I'm Over It. I think he may have adjusted the title because I remember when I
Yeah.
first saw this video floating around, it said something about like I'm leaving the atheist cult or something like that. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
something like that's so honestly, like my first reaction to that was like, what do you mean atheist cult? Like, first of all, I found that weird because I'm like, does anyone think that Derek is in some atheist cult? like, like, because when I think of like the online atheist cult, I'm thinking like maybe people like Richard Dawkins or people you would think of as like in the like atheist YouTubers. I mean, like I said, like Derek, obviously he's a YouTuber and he is an atheist, but that's not really like his thing. Like he mentions that he's an atheist, but that's not like a big theme of. It's not considered like an atheist YouTube channel. Maybe
Yeah.
some people consider that, but that's not really how it's presented. Like this is a critical biblical scholarship type, educational or whatever type channel. It's not like I'm here because I'm an atheist. Oh, and good. There's our weekly Twitch bot.
Excellent. So. Just checking in.
Yeah. So yeah. So first, I just thought that was like really weird, but part of me is like, I don't know. This sounds like drama. I just kind of don't want to give a shit about. Like,
yeah.
But because
I had been aware there had been some stuff like a couple of years ago, slightly ongoing, just behind the scenes drama that didn't seem to be that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. This all, I guess, centers around this particular scholar he had on the channel, Dr. Robert Price, or Bob Price, um, who I guess was one of the guys that Derek first got to know as far as like different Bible scholars when he first started really getting interested in this whole arena. Price is a mythicist, so I think that's was a big influence, like I said, on him earlier in the channel back when it was kind of like a Jesus mythicism kind of channel. But
Yeah, they kind of started the channel together in a way.
yeah, um, but I guess recently, because I guess some of these I guess there are some comments by Dr. Price that actually go back farther than when MythVision was started. Like I said, I don't remember when he said it was started. I want to say it was like maybe around like 2020, something like that, when he
Yeah, I
started the
think the
channel.
comments were around
Or at least
20,
some of the some
like 2015.
yeah, at least some of the comments, I guess, anyway, that were, I guess,
Right.
not didn't really make him look all that good. I guess some things about
Well,
you might say,
there
oh
was
yeah, do
a,
you?
yeah, I looked into it slightly. There was one of the controversies. Okay, two of them that I'm aware of. I guess uh, Bob Price is involved in fiction writing as well,
Mm-hmm,
like fantasy writing, and it kind
yeah,
of had a name in that community. He was There was kind of a collection, maybe short stories. I don't really know, but it was several authors' work was going to be combined in a particular edition of something called like I don't know, Magic and Swords or some shit that were coming out, and he was
yeah,
writing
it
the
was,
intro.
yeah, mm-hmm,
And in the intro, he put in a bunch of conservative talking points that had nothing to do with anything that was going to be in the book.
yeah, like
And
culture war type stuff, and
yeah,
yeah,
several authors decided to pull out because
mm-hmm,
pulled their material out of the publication because they're like, I don't. This looks like I'm okay with this, and I'm not. Also,
yeah,
that was they. It wasn't. There was the chance, I think, that it could have gone to print or publication before all the authors knew what he had written. There was something
mm,
about like he wasn't quite open about what was in it. There was another kind of like fan thing, like kind of like a Comic Con, I guess, where people get together and there's a panel room and
mm-hmm,
people came in to hear discussions about like the genre of the stuff that they enjoyed, and he just started talking about politics. Uh, so
mm-hmm,
there had been a pattern where he would be in environments where talking about politics wasn't appropriate, and especially talking about things in the way he was talking about them.
right,
Um, so it wasn't just that he had unpopular ideas. Um,
yeah, yeah,
it
they were,
was kind of how they came out.
right, and it wasn't just unpopular views in the terms of like these are his like particular views on like taxation or like healthcare spending
Correct.
or whatever. And these were things like he was. I don't remember if he specifically mentioned the whole like Me Too movement, but it was like very
Oh, he
like
did.
anti. Oh, did he specifically? Yeah, but it was very anti. Like I don't know why. I don't know specific words, but it was something along the lines of like
He
I don't
said
know why we're
all
just
these.
automatically believing all these women, or like why men are being demonized for just being men and having natural urges and stuff. And it's like,
Yeah, he called it
ugh,
false grape allegations,
yeah, yeah,
which
a lot of that. And then I guess later in like other areas, he was being like very critical of like the Black Lives Matter movement, saying some apparently just plain untrue like critical things about
yeah,
them, trying to make them sound bad, and then some seemingly pretty like transphobic, like basically just talking about the whole like, oh, there's all this experimental surgeries they're doing on kids and children and all this. It's like,
yeah, stuff
so
that's just not correct.
yeah, and
And he
painting
seemed
like, yeah,
seemed confused why what he was saying was offensive to anyone.
Yeah. So I guess a couple years ago now, like I said, Derek had this guy on his channel a lot, was working a lot with him, but I don't know if just a couple years ago is when a lot of this stuff started resurfacing, or if he started talking about it more, or what it was. But I guess some people were approaching Derek saying like, "Hey, we find this Price guy like really problematic, and if you're gonna like keep him on your channel here, like then I don't really want to be associated with you or your channel anymore, because this is just not a dude I want to be anywhere near." And so at first, Derek actually, yeah, kind of the way he would put it, like caved in. So like, yeah, so he kind of, I don't know, if he completely cut ties with Bob or just stopped having him on the channel or whatever.
It sounds
Well,
like he kind of like pushed the relationship to the side as well.
yeah. So like I said, this is something like I saw it happen. Like I didn't really watch any of the videos where he was talking about it, because I was just like, it's drama. I don't care. It's like, okay, he's not talking to a really problematic guy anymore. I'm like, all right, cool. Keep talking to like scholars I care about, and that's what I'm here for. But
like, sucks this was hard for you. I mean, yeah,
yeah.
I felt bad he was going through it, but like I didn't. It seemed like an okay decision.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess recently, like maybe as we watch the video, it'll jog my memory, but I don't know if something specifically happened recently, or if Derek had just been like mulling it over and he just like couldn't take it anymore. But he's apparently changed course on that, but not just having Bob Price on, but he like released this whole like almost hour-long video, and like, don't worry, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but there's a lot in it to go over, though. That is just like, it's basically him, I guess, sort of deciding to get back with Bob and like not cut him out of the channel anymore or his life or whatever, but him also feeling like he needs to make this big announcement and statement, or not just saying this is what I'm doing, but then also he has some words for, I guess, all the people who were not in favor of him doing such things. But so I have here.
So in a way, it kind of feels like he's talking to and about people like us. However, not addressing us directly. There was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you couldn't watch this if you're more lefty and an atheist, and not take some of it to heart.
Yeah. But before we get into that, let's just read his description again. Like,
all right,
this is very. Have you read this description yet, Matt?
No, I haven't, but it looks like it's quite a thing.
Well, then you're in for quite a treat here. Because if you thought his video descriptions blew your mind, wait till you get a load of this. Sorry. All right. Now, keep in mind, this is his channel, so he's probably the one actually writing this.
Yeah, probably.
Join Derek Lambert in this deeply personal and powerful episode of MythVision Podcast, where he openly shares his journey from escaping Christian cults to now leaving an online community he once embraced for allowing toxic people to attempt destroying people's careers and foster toxic behavior while pointing out other wrongs. Can someone diagram that sentence for me, please?
Holy shit, that was a Trump level truth tweet right there.
I am so lost. Anyway, it's out there, and you can look at it for yourself. So, Derek courageously addresses, remember, he's probably the one writing this. Derek courageously addresses the controversies surrounding his close friend and mentor, Dr. Robert M. Price, and explains why he believes Price has been unjustly labeled by an extreme ideological group. Joining Derek is Neil Senlak from Gnostic Informant, another YouTube channel, who helps expose the toxic behavior and damaging tactics of this online cult through this heartfelt and thought-provoking message.
Okay.
He's also humble. I don't know if you mentioned that, but Derek and Neil take a firm stand. Yes. They take a firm stand for genuine dialogue, intellectual freedom, and empathy over cancel culture. Like, it's like, how many dog whistles can they fit into one sentence?
Right.
If
That's
if,
what I'm
if
saying.
you,
This feels like he's like, all right, we're
yeah,
just gonna dog whistle the right now.
yeah. Like, so if you've ever felt trapped by ideological purity tests or online toxicity, this video is a must watch.
All
So,
right. So this is what he thinks happened in the video.
yeah, yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
like I said, I didn't
I
read
don't
that
feel as
description.
bad now, like with the laughing that's gonna happen.
Yeah, like I said, like when me and Matt were talking about, like, this is also a first for the channel. Is so we've done a lot of video reactions, but like they've
We
all
collabed
been,
on this, yeah.
yeah, but they've all been just like we might watch the videos beforehand, we might not, but there's like no like pre-planning, like because we usually do just shorter videos where we just watch the whole thing and just remark
Yep.
as it goes. But this one, like I said, it's almost an hour long. It's like, okay, we've done like entire episodes on like a 7-minute video before, so there's no way we can just watch the whole thing like in our usual. So
Right.
we actually did like we both watched it at least twice and like kind of
Yep.
tried to make some notes about different like timestamps and stuff. So we'll see how much of that we get through here tonight. So
Yeah, we might
all
skip
right,
some if we yeah. If
yeah. But I guess just to set the tone here. So for people not familiar, this individual here is not Derek, but this is Chrissy Hansen. I'm not actually specifically sure what her credentials are, like if she like, but basically she studied
academia
the Bible.
somewhere
I mean, I know
is
she, like
my
she,
understanding.
yeah, but like she studies the Bible. She's written papers, like done a lot of research, published
Yeah.
stuff, and I'm not super familiar with her. Like, ironically, probably mostly familiar with her like through her being on MythVision and like some other channels, including like Dr. Kip. He's done some stuff with her, but seems like really smart, really insightful. Yeah, but so
Probably my guess is has a dark sense of humor.
yeah, it definitely seems like she has a bit of an edge to her, but that's
Which
for
is
sure.
fine.
But yeah,
I mean that's just how people get. Some like it's not a problem.
yeah, but I guess Derek chose to start this video with this.
Just doing normal Chrissy things, ending people's careers, you know.
Doing normal Chrissy things and ending people's careers, you know.
So it's like, oh, she's probably
So-
evil.
Yeah, so we started on a mature note already.
Yeah, not like melodramatic at all, but just wait, it gets better. All right.
My name
I mean, if the hairdo hasn't tipped you off already, sorry, I know I'm getting petty already, and I said I wouldn't. Or did I say I wouldn't? I don't remember. Anyway, all right.
My name is Derek Paul Joseph Lambert.
See, I love how he like gives his full name, like both middle names, like. Because look, this motherfucker doesn't just have one middle name like all you plebes out there or whatever. He's got two. But I think the way when me and Matt were chatting about this and you pointed that out, I was like, why does he give his full name? I was like, this is like him totally giving that vibe, like I'm doing an integrity right now. Like gotta give like my, so like, this is me going on record and like making my stand. So make sure you know who I am kind of thing. So it's like,
There's also a come at me, bro kind of vibe because he's like, here's my full name, bitches, come get me. Like,
yeah. So we're already getting that kind of energy. So now we know his name.
And I'm leaving the online atheist cult publicly today. In fact, happy birthday to me because...
Which, again, I'm assuming if there was such a cult, like I'm sure that all of them upon hearing that, I can just imagine their reaction being like, and you are... like, when did you get here? Like, who let him in?
He doesn't look like he should be here.
Yeah, yeah. No, there's my bar here. So let's bring back just a little bit.
Days because of extreme drama from this community.
Oh, sorry.
Because I'm recording this video and it's my
Sorry, I'm being super professional about this already. My bad.
My name is Derek Paul Joseph Lambert, and I'm leaving the online atheist cult publicly today. In fact, happy birthday to me because I'm recording this video and it's my 37th birthday.
Oh, see, he's an extra special boy today. So,
I don't know. Should we be sad? Like,
well, that comes.
Nobody made him record this on his birthday. Like,
yeah. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe he just thought that like added to the drama of it, and it just I don't know. But it comes back to a rather, at least to me, rather humorous way later. So
we should probably let it play more.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that I haven't slept well in the past 4 days because of extreme drama from this community. While I can blame them, and I will, I share responsibility in this. But before I explain the reasons I will be leaving this extremely controlling cult, and also why I will be platforming my old friend Dr. Robert M. Price, I want to take you back into my life and share some experiences with you so you understand why I've come to this conclusion. So please stay tuned, and if you agree with my decisions, I seriously...
He goes into a story about his past and shit. And I didn't understand why it was very relevant. After having seen it twice, I realized from his description of this that like what he was going for, or what he thought would happen, but like it didn't. At least from having seen it twice.
Yeah, that's. And you'll see why, but I remember one of the things I was saying to Matt, like, so like this whole video, like, I guess you can't see the timestamp, but it's 51 and a half minutes. This whole thing could have been 30 seconds to get like the main point of what he's really saying. I guess all that needed to be said could have been said in 30 seconds, but our boy here had other plans.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, as far as what the audience needed to hear, but if you're making this because this is your heel turn, you know, like in wrestling, where like now he's like going full right now, and I think his audience started to dwindle, and he got spooked, and he was like, I put my friend on the sideline because, you know, I thought that would hurt things having him on, and now my numbers are hurting anyway, and like it's my livelihood, and now I need new viewers, and the old viewers aren't coming back, and so he's like, I don't. He's like, I'm a dude from North Carolina who like has a racist adjacent friend. Like, I think conservatives are what I should go after.
Yeah, but it just kind of seems like that's maybe just who he is as well, and so he's just deciding to embrace that. I don't know. Yeah, but let's see here.
Seriously could use your help right now because people honestly are trying to destroy everything I built for making this public and for having Bob back.
So like people are trying to destroy me for this, so I figured I'd make it a bigger deal. And be extra about it. Yeah.
I've been threatened to be boycotted, and people will literally attempt to destroy my livelihood and my wife.
Okay. His livelihood is his YouTube channel. Like, how do you destroy a YouTube channel? It's like, you just stop watching it. Like, dude, this is how YouTube fucking works. You do things people don't like, they'll boycott your channel, or they'll just stop watching, or it's like...
And they might get pretty aggressive about it. It's just the nature of being on YouTube.
Yeah, but that's not all they're doing, Matt. See, there's more here. He's going to tell you. I paused him at an awkward time here, but yeah, there's more.
Wife's business, mvp-courses.com. I care about nothing more in this world.
Yeah, sorry. So he's saying like they're going after his wife's business. So at first at first that sounds like, whoa, why are people
Right.
involving his wife in this? And like, that seems unfair. It's like, until you realize, oh, his wife's business is what we mentioned before, the MVP courses. It's the courses attached to his channel, his brand. It's not like his
Very
wife
much
is
the
like
same
running a
business.
yeah, it's not like his wife is like running a bakery somewhere and people are like vandalizing it and shit. It's like, no, they're just like it's like, no, like she's basically working with you and people don't like you and they don't want to consume anything attached to you. So that involves things that she's working on. Now, I will say from the outset,
and
like
maybe that's not fair, but like it's fine in their choice because capitalism.
yeah, and like I said,
It's how things work.
yeah, and it's association. So I mean, like I said, I honestly like I don't know much about his wife at all. Like he talks about her some on the channel, mostly talking about like how much she
Yeah.
works and on the stuff. And like honestly, before this, I actually didn't know that she was the one running the MVP courses. Maybe I just missed that at some point, but
Yeah, me neither.
yeah. But like I said, the way he's framing this is like, oh, people are going after her unnecessarily. It's like, no, dude, this is part of your thing. Like, don't be shocked. But
Then my children, Derek, Caleb, and Caden. I got a tattoo. And my beautiful wife.
did you notice, like, as he was pointing it out, it's like he didn't know where their names were. Like, it's like he forgot as he was pointing. It's like,
Yeah.
they're here.
I did see that. Now it could have been because he's pointing.
MVP-courses.com.
It could have been because he's pointing and the camera's mirrored, and it's hard trying to point to things when But yeah, it did look like they're in this general area.
but
I care about nothing more in this world than my children, Derek, Caleb, and Caden. I got a tattoo. And my beautiful wife, Ryan. Their names are on my arm. They're what those who attack me and attempt to destroy.
yeah, he's like, I love how he's showing us, and then like 5 seconds is, I got a tattoo on my arm. It's like, yeah, no shit.
I do. Personally, I don't understand getting your own last name tattooed that giant on your arm.
I mean, I know some people who have. It's like, you also got to remember, like, we're autistic. Sometimes we don't understand
Right.
like the social connections and bonds that other
That's a
like
good
normal
point.
people make.
Like I've seen people get their family, like their old family crest and stuff, tattooed on their shoulder and stuff, and like that makes more sense to me.
Oh,
But maybe it is an autistic thing. Who knows?
no, but like putting it on his family on his arm, is that what he thought like coat of arms meant?
Bah.
Anyway, but why is he talking about it? So they might be thinking, why is he talking about his kids now? It's like, you'll find out.
Kids now too. My goodness.
And you you'll find out, and you should feel terrible about it.
Destroy me are trying to hurt in my mind. I'm a fighter, and I can promise you I won't give up. Names are on my arm.
Oh.
They're what those who attack me and attempt to destroy me are trying to hurt in my mind.
As soon as I heard that, like I said, the first time I watched this video, not really knowing what it was about, but as soon as he brought up his wife and his kids, and he said, like, I feel like those, like, since this YouTube channel is my livelihood, the people who are trying to destroy me, like, in my mind, they're really going after my family. I'm like, he like just lost me right there, like bringing them in like that. I'm like, dude, it's like, if you don't want your family to be harmed, then don't do shitty things with your thing that's making money for them. And don't be surprised when you do things that you know are going to upset people, and they don't want your shit anymore.
Yeah.
But to frame that as like, oh, you're going after my kids, it's like, dude, come on.
No.
I mean, we're both dads. I mean, so in case people haven't noticed, this YouTube channel, Facebook page, like all the things we're on, like, this is not our livelihood. Like, we are making zero money at all on this. Like, this is just a hobby. But let's just say this was our full-time gig. Like, this is how we earned our living.
Yeah.
And if we started like saying things that like we knew were going to be controversial, but like we said it anyway, and we started getting all the backlash, I mean, would you go on there saying like, you people are taking away my livelihood and now I can't feed my kids, so why do you people hate my kids or whatever? It's like, no, we man up and just say, yeah, this is our views. Come at us.
I did have an experience in the past where my wife lost her job and we were going to lose, health insurance and income and all that. And so, because it was at a church, I did feel like I did expect that there would be more concern taken for letting someone go.
Right.
And I did kind of take it personally. I'm like, you're not just letting someone go. Like, now we don't have income. And like, I had, my daughter, we didn't know if she would need health insurance for her special needs in the same capacity that she had needed previously. And so, but at the same time, like, I knew that like I couldn't go after him and be like, look what you're doing to my kids.
Yeah, which
I knew that was a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, but even
to
like,
say to them.
but even like in your situation, that was different because it's like, I mean, we've kind of talked about this before, but I mean, again, we don't want to say too much because this is all just allegedly in our opinion. But I mean, they fired her for like, this was like where she like had like an actual like job, but they like got rid of her for bullshit reasons, which, losing like a full-time job like that is one thing. But like I said, this is like a dude with the YouTube channel, which I'm not saying that's not legit work. Like I said, we've enjoyed the stuff he does, but like, I mean, that's the nature of YouTube, man. It's like you put out controversial topic. Like it's all based on you putting out things that people want to watch. And when you start putting out things that people don't want to watch, they're not going to watch it. That's just how it works. You can't say, well, now you're going after my kids. It's like, no, we're just fucking not watching your shit. Like,
oh, you know why? I think a lot of the scholars stopped going on there because I was watching interviews he was having with scholars and stuff. And I think they had started distancing themselves, and then he was just doing like voiceover clickbaity stuff.
Yeah, because I have noticed the whole like scholar interviews, like those type of videos have become less frequent. It has been more of him just doing his own stuff, like blowing our minds with all these different things that yeah. All right, well, so I'm just kind of looking at our notes here. So the next timestamp you have here, I was talking about like if you change yourself, you change everything.
Oh, we could just say that like he mentions a story that where his dad told him like, if
if you want to try to
change,
yeah,
if you want to change the world, all you gotta do is change everything, which means all you gotta do is change yourself.
Because changing yourself changes everything, which that's actually kind of cool advice, but
I didn't see how it played into anything else that happened later. I did see opportunities where he could have applied it with some introspection, but didn't. So I just thought that was interesting that he pointed that out in the beginning, and I thought, oh, okay, so like there's going to be some introspection, and he's going to do some reflection, and like here's where I screwed up, and there. At no point does he really realize that what Bob Price had said was racist or like transphobic or
or
like
just
it would
very
be different
problematic.
I think it probably would have been different if he was like, I'll still have him on talk about scholarly things, but I will also publicly denounce these other things that he has said and distance myself from those things. But he didn't really do that. At any point.
That would have been.
I think that's why scholars were like, if you haven't distanced yourself from those things specifically, then I am now loosely associated with Bob Price via you because you have not put up a wall there.
Yeah. All right. So so I guess skipping ahead to, let's see, I have it like about the 10:30 something mark. So this is where he gets into more of this cult, that like describing this cult that he is apparently stepping away from.
Yeah.
I think in between the words apparently stepping, my brain just like put all the letters together and made a word I didn't recognize or even know how to pronounce. So that's what was happening while in my brain while I was like for what felt like 30 minutes. All right.
Okay.
So let's hear him describe this cult that he just can't be a part of anymore, that probably no one even knew he was a part of.
Like this. These individuals were all white people. Some were from the trans community, and others
I might need to go back a little bit. My bad.
attacked Dr. Robert M. Price on Twitter, and Bob saw the exchange. He was on Twitter. He could see every comment.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Oh yeah, poor guy. He was on Twitter and he could see all the comments of people on Twitter talking about how terrible he was on Twitter. It's like, oh no.
That's all Twitter does is talk about how terrible people are.
Yeah, it's like, and Bob had to see it. Like, yeah.
These individuals had found that Bob had written articles and comments about various topics not related to Bible years before I had even met him.
So that means they don't count. Apparently.
And I don't
didn't
have to do
realize
anything about it.
what kind of group of
Right? Yeah, it's like, yeah.
individuals
you
these
You
were.
know about it.
And I want
And
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And knowing is half the battle. The other half is making one of the cringiest videos I've ever seen in my life.
to warn you that if people
Whoa.
ever do something like this to you, this may prove helpful wisdom in a case you find yourself in a similar situation like this.
And those were words.
So that was all about the call.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that now. Here's
Okay.
These individuals were all white people.
Oh,
Some
no.
were from the trans community, and others I wasn't so sure. But one
for some reason that phrasing just like made me crack. I was like, some are from the trans community, others I wasn't so sure.
Like, we're the imposters. Like, they said
Like-
they were trans, and he's like, I couldn't confirm.
Yeah, or it's like, I thought it was a lady, but she had a short haircut. Like, who knows? It's like,
Man, that was just like, yeah, that would definitely have like bigoted uncle vibes there. Like,
yeah. So apparently these are the people going after him for still being associated with Bob Price. There's like some of them. Yeah, it was.
But one thing was for sure.
Mm.
They came for blood. They were extremely toxic.
He zoomed in for that, so you know it's
right.
Sid.
Yeah, blood is a theme that he comes back to. About how they
Yeah,
want
and
blood.
And I'm surprised he didn't say literally there, because he says literally a fuck ton throughout this entire thing, even like referring to that. But
Toxic, aggressive, and derogatory. A girl named Jessica, Heathen Queen, Chrissy Hansen, a girl named Karaya, I believe, and others, many
What was
others.
that?
They ganged up on
Believe she was a girl. Just
or believes that was her name, or that's how to pronounce it. It's like, okay, dude, you're putting all this effort into an almost hour-long video, and you're not going to figure out how to pronounce the names of the people you're trying to call out. Like,
I don't know.
up on me, attacking me for having a racist, transphobic bigot on my platform. You see,
yeah,
I guess if you put in quotes, they're not one of those
yeah.
things.
Apparently, yeah.
I was unaware of the complexity of things politically and socially in this neck of the woods. When you start
All right.
entering the atheist
How?
world,
How were you unaware? I mean, a lot of this is like, you could subtitle the video like, Derek discovers the left. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, I had no idea there was this very different way of looking at the world than, North Carolina.
Yeah, and like it's like, and people actually care how you talk about people of different sexualities and orientations and gender identities and skin colors, even like.
And these things I thought were normal for old people where I grew up to say. Like it turns
Mhm.
out like people say these things are racist and transphobic and like no, they're
It's
just
like,
normal things people say.
yeah, it's like, come on. Yeah.
You find out a lot more that you didn't know about how people are. People
Which I mean,
It's true.
it's one of those things that could be that like this could have been like a good like helpful educational experience for him where he's like, oh, and I opened my mind and learned about all these things. Like I knew I screwed up at first, but then I like got to know
Like
people and it was
I
great.
didn't
No.
I didn't realize how harmful like saying things like this could be. I like calling a young black man who was shot a thug. Like I
Hmm.
didn't realize that like that is a word that white people use pretty much exclusively for urban black men,
Yeah,
which
and I don't know if we'll get to this part of the video later, but apparently later he asked Bob about that, and Bob said he didn't mean it in a racist way. So therefore, everyone who's upset about it is ridiculous. So
and but he used it from the context he describes. Bob used it in a dehumanizing way.
yeah,
Like it was a way to other the suffering of someone. Uh, in the and when that person is a different race, and it has to do with a term that is,
hmm
yeah, like what I just said. It's
yeah,
you can be accidentally racist. Like,
right.
you can not be aware that you're racist, and you don't have to be full blown like slavery's
Hmm.
awesome racist to be racist.
Yeah, because that's a big theme throughout like Derek's like excuses here for Bob. It's basically he's seems to be of the opinion like, well, if he didn't mean it that way, then it was fine. Like,
Like it's like
and even then,
Trump's
it's
not a Nazi. He's fine with Jewish people. It's like I also just didn't like everybody else too. Like you realize that was
yeah, it wasn't just the Jewish people. But before we get going a little more, so I'm on my second drink now. So this is the
me
other
too.
new Torpedo IPA in the Sierra Nevada Torpedo mix pack. This is Phantom Torpedo. I don't really know why. Well, let's see. Featuring Vic Secret hops. So there's secret hops.
Okay,
I
that's my
guess that's
thing.
why they call it Phantom.
Is that like
Yeah,
a
I don't know.
is that a strain of hops or just it's a mystery? They won't
I think
tell
so.
you.
But then it says like delivers layers of tropical citrus and woody hop flavors that reappear with each sip. So I think kind of like I guess maybe to be a little on theme with our guy Derek here. I think they're being a little they're kind of reaching for some drama in the descriptions there. But yeah, like I said,
Maybe
that,
not flavors are non-cloying, and so they do kind of dissipate with each sip, and then
yeah,
then
maybe.
come back.
Yeah,
That'd be a neat trick.
it would. It would. All right, but let's back him up because I kind of forget where he's at here. We're 11.
What does Dirk have to say?
bigot on my platform. You see, I was unaware of the complexity of things politically and socially in this neck of the woods. When you start entering the atheist world, you find out a lot more that you didn't know about how people are.
I just love how he's like.
Sacrifices here. In the atheist
I just love
world.
how like the way he said like complexity is like almost sound a little I don't know sarcastic tone. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but yeah.
People in this orbit online hold certain ideas that I wasn't familiar with, and honestly, in some cases, still don't buy into.
That's fine.
And that's like I was about to say, yeah, you didn't understand. Okay. You maybe not quite on board yet. Okay, also fine.
But the
Like-
buy into thing, I think where he's going is like certain quote unquote ideologies
Yeah.
that are actual science instead of ideologies.
Yeah,
that he doesn't
and when
buy
I say
into.
it's I guess when I say it's fine if he doesn't buy in, I don't like obviously I think it actually would be better if he did buy in. That's more just like, okay, I understand if you're new to this, you haven't gone on board. Still that should be the goal. So I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it's not fine that you don't because you really should, but hey, take people like where they're at, move them along at whatever pace you can, but as long as they're moving towards it, cool. But
Here I was getting literally coerced into removing Bob or being canceled. I fought back the best I could.
like,
Dude, cancel isn't a thing. It's just cancel culture is literally not a thing. It's just society's moving on, and some people don't want to move with it, and the people that do want to move with society just kind of move on without you. They're not. Some people do get aggressive and like want to end your career, but like the huge majority of people just are deciding not to buy your stuff, not to associate with you.
Yeah.
It's all just regular human stuff. It's not a conspiracy.
Or like, especially like in his case, like it's like, dude, you have a YouTube channel and people are literally just not watching it as much as they used to or whatever. But
I could with these people.
yeah.
People, but they literally do not stop. In their minds, they are the pure ones and everyone else is wicked. I personally didn't agree with their interpretations of Bob with their...
Oh yeah, other thing, like, hot take, but let's say cancel culture actually was like a real thing. Like, look, let's be honest, some things need to be canceled if that's the case. And I would say that includes things like racism, transphobia, other kinds of bigotry. Like, yeah. So, sometimes I almost wish cancel culture was more of a thing, like, or at least as much as they thought it was. There's a lot of shit I wish got canceled that hard. But
it's normal for humans to prune things from their cultures. Like that's a survival tactic. It's an evolutionary thing. We're just going to do it. It's just people on the conservative political side decided to call it something and decide it's evil because it's bad for them and convince people it's a conspiracy, and it's just not. Like, people have tried to find it and prove it's there, like, do studies on it, and it's just a name for ideas not being popular anymore. That's all it is.
And he's just having a big sad about it.
Dehumanizing labels like racist, bigot, transphobe, etc.
Okay, now hold on. You know why people who are those things are called those things? Because they dehumanize people. It's literally
right.
You could use those terms in a dehumanizing way, right? But like, they could be applied that way, but they are not inherently dehumanizing.
Yeah, like if the shoe fucking fits, like, I mean, I guess might as well go ahead and like break Godwin's law now because it's gonna come up, I'm sure. Like, would he be saying like, oh, you call it if someone is like actually a Nazi? Like, I feel like Derek would be saying, oh, calling them a Nazi is dehumanizing. Like, what if they actually are a fucking Nazi? Like, if someone's a fucking racist, you call them a fucking racist. If someone's a transphobe, you fucking call them a transphobe. It's like,
and no, it would be dehumanizing if somebody's like, okay, because they are racist, they are a one-dimensional character. They are nothing but racist. There is no other like redeeming quality to them whatsoever. That would be dehumanizing.
Yeah. No, but to me, what would be dehumanizing if someone is being racist, transphobic, bigoted, whatever, and you don't call it out? Then to me, that's dehumanizing to the people that they're victimizing.
Yeah, you're
like to the racial minorities, to the gender identity minority, the sexual orientation minorities, like that you're dehumanizing them by not calling out when people are mistreating them or oppressing them. Like, that's the dehumanizing aspect of this, not just saying, oh, you said racist things, I'm going to call you a racist. Like, that's dehumanizing. Well, fucking deal with it. Don't be a fucking racist then. It's like, simple.
I made a video. I made it clear.
But who will think
my channel
wasn't
Derek.
Isn't that a little bit of the vibe here?
Right? Yeah, he's like, poor. Yeah, basically this whole thing is poor Bob. Like, why do you people hate him for saying hateful things? Like, I don't get it.
He's a sweet old man, except for when he's racist. And can't you just get to know him and maybe just ignore when he's doing these things that are bad?
Come on, people. You're in a cult.
Wasn't going to buckle to this pressure, and that we didn't have Bob on to talk about his politics. You see,
Oh, we'll see. Well, if Bob doesn't talk about his politics on here, then it's okay. Yeah, I mean, we like Matt. We could have a very famous like white supremacist on our show and platform, but just as long as he doesn't talk about white supremacy, like we just talk about like video games or something, then that's totally cool, right?
No, unless
Good answer.
unless we're like we completely distance ourselves. Like, okay, fine. If we want to compartmentalize, and this person does have like Bob does have some kind of scholarship career.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't just say problematic things. He also does some like decent Bible stuff. If you're gonna have him on, and you're not going to denounce the other stuff that like he's also popular for saying, then it looks like tacit approval.
Right. Yeah, and look,
and
like
that's a problem.
yeah, and like I said, I mean, I keep coming back to it, but like, dude, like keep this in perspective. We're talking about you having a YouTube channel. Like, you are not entitled to anyone watching your shit. People could like not watch your shit because they like don't like your haircut, or they don't like your like the background in your videos, like all kinds of stupid fucking reasons. Like, you are not entitled to views. So if people choose to not, and also like same with like people who work with you, like no one is obligated to like keep coming on your show, keep collaborating with you, keep doing interviews with you. Like, they can choose to stop for any reason.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to act, yeah.
my goal isn't to defend Bob's political views. Rather, it's to show that Bob is a master on Bible, and most people in the world know how to compartmentalize the two.
Okay, most people. Okay, even if that was true, if most people like, that's almost kind of like it sounded like it's actually kind of a bit of a dig. It's like, oh, you people can't compartmentalize stuff. What's wrong with you? It's like, okay, this is something else that's going to come out a lot in this video. Like, one of the other words that kept coming to mind, other than giant douche energy, is privilege. Because like one of the things, it seems like Derek just does not understand why so many people find this stuff upsetting, and he's like, "Get over it!" Like we're not talking about that stuff. Like, again, like let's say there's like some Bible scholar who, in some capacity or another, like abused someone at some point in their life. But hey, they're a really good biblical scholar, and then they bring him on the channel, and this person who was their victim tells Derek, like, look, I just can't watch your show while you have this guy on because of what he did to me. And Derek's like, but we're not even talking about what he did to you. We're just talking about Bible scholarship. What's wrong with you? Like, it's like he just does not fucking get it.
I don't, and this becomes more obvious later. He doesn't understand. He's like, these are just ideas. These are just words. They're just like political views. They're not. Even one time he said like it's just his political views. They're not implicitly racist, and like they kind of are. These ideas do hurt people. So in the case of like misgendering somebody or using incorrect pronouns. Doing it, of course, doing it on purpose is more hurtful.
Right.
But it can trigger kind of a dysphoria episode in someone, depending on like where their mental health is or past trauma or whatever. It is a big deal. Like when someone mistakes you for someone else, and
Yeah.
and then doesn't see the problem with that.
Right.
It's like in that person's eyes, you disappear. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
that's a harmful thing for the human psyche, just because of how we're wired. Like we need to be
Right.
acknowledged and seen by other people, and so
Yeah. But then for also to see someone like Derek, like in his position, like with his like privilege and like place of power or whatever, like the like social dynamics are, to be like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's like, oh,
ask the
that's like
person who it affects before you
so
decide if it's a big deal.
right, because that could be so invalidating for a person who's actually gone through it. But yeah, but that's yeah, like I said, that's kind of a theme. It just I feel like Derek's having a hard time seeing it from the point of view of the people actually being affected by this, to the point where I think some of his language makes it seem like no one's actually being hurt here. I don't see what the big deal is. But yeah, we may get to that more of that later. Let's see, where are we now?
Another important fact is that Bob doesn't talk about his politics on MythVision.
That might be important to you, dude, but like I said, like for the people who know this about him, like just seeing him on your channel, like that's important to them. So like you said, Matt, like you do not get to make the call on whether that's important or not.
Yeah.
So I didn't understand why these people were trying to destroy Bob and me. This is
Of course you didn't.
where the rubber hits the road. After my video expressing that we are not deplatforming Bob, I was literally coerced into a few decisions. I was approached by
Literally coerced. Like, stop using the word literally, dude.
But did somebody tie you down?
Dr.
What
Joshua
happened?
Yeah.
and Megan Lewis that they would have to disassociate from me, have nothing to do with me if I didn't remove Bob. Megan Lewis that they would have to
I'm
disassociate.
trying to get.
The fact is that Bob doesn't talk about his politics on MythVision. So I didn't understand why these people were trying to destroy Bob and me. This is where the rubber hits the road. After my video expressing that we are not deplatforming Bob, I was literally coerced into a few decisions. I was approached by Dr. Joshua Bowen and Megan Lewis that they would have to disassociate from me, have nothing to do with me if I didn't remove Bob. I was also threatened by others that they would email.
So, a couple guests that he usually works with on his show and collaborates with told him, hey, we're not going to do that anymore. And that literally coerced him. Like, does he understand the words that he's saying? Sometimes I kind of doubt it.
Both of those people are strong advocates for the safety and well-being of LGBTQ community. So
Right. Yeah, if
very
people who aren't
very dedicated.
Yeah, real quick, for people who aren't familiar with Dr. Josh Bowen and Megan Lewis, well, they're married, first of all. Happy for them. They seem like an awesome couple. Megan Lewis, she is actually, among other things, she's actually the host of Bart Ehrman's podcast. So they don't just let anyone do that. So that's really cool. And then the two of them run a YouTube channel called Digital Hammurabi. I unfortunately am not super familiar with Megan's like academic background, like what all her credentials are, what all she's typically studied.
Seriologist, I think.
Oh, she is as well. Yeah, I knew Dr. Josh was an Assyriologist. I didn't know if that was the case with her too.
Yeah, I just
cool.
saw that today when I looked her up.
Oh, cool. So thank you, Matt. So they are both Assyriologists. Yeah. Super smart folks. Like I said, yeah, check them out on YouTube, Digital Hammurabi. You can also, I haven't actually listened to Bart Ehrman's podcast. I keep meaning to. I just never get around to it.
It's all right.
Yeah. I mean, but I assume Megan's good.
It's a little old guy doing podcast, but but it is good.
Yeah, but also, I mean, just go on YouTube and just look Dr. Josh Bowen. Like he's done interviews like on MythVision, among other channels. Him and Kip have recently been doing some videos with like Paulogia and Rationality Rules, and yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, look him up. But apparently they coerced Derek by just simply saying, hey, we're just not going to do stuff with your channel anymore.
The other thing he just said were like they were trying to destroy Bob and all that. and destroy him.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they, not to speak for them, I imagine that the reason why they distance themselves from him and Bob and his channel and all that, and why people are coming after Bob for advocating these ideas, it's not just that he has these opinions. It's that he will pretty routinely talk about them in a way where he's trying to convince other people, and these are ideas that are dangerous for people. Like he calls vaccines poisons, or if it wasn't poisons, it was a word that means the same thing. I just read that today.
Yeah.
Things about trans experiments on kids literally not
I
happening.
think we're getting to that soon here. Yeah.
He's pushing for more people to agree with him on these things that
Mm-hmm.
demonstrably hurt people. And so it makes sense that people who don't want those people to be hurt would want to be distant from him. And
Right, because
want him to not have a platform, because it's
right,
not
yeah.
just it's not a benign
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah, because like I was about to say, like this is why people consider it important to deplatform people like this, because the more you platform them, the more you legitimize them, not just in whatever subject you're having them on to talk about. Like you're just legitimizing them in general. So then if they go somewhere else and start talking about some other shit, even if they weren't talking about that on your channel, with like the influence that Derek's channel has, like he's elevating anything that Bob or anyone else on his channel says. Whether or not they're saying it on his channel, he's elevating whatever they're saying.
They'll look into that person. Like, what else did they say? I liked what they said about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
academics to pressure them.
What's that?
I was going to say, I'm going to use a shorthand. Like, fashy ideas are a contagion. Like, throughout history,
yep.
If you don't limit them, they grow like a cancer. They just will grow until they take control of the country. Just like a cancer would, they end up like choking it and kind of killing it, and then it goes away until it tries to come back later.
Yep. Pretty much.
Not to join me on my platform and to keep distance because of Robert Price's right-wing conservative writings, which had nothing to do with MythVision anyways. What was Robert Price's sins? He spoke about the black community and its struggles, giving his right-wing antics, which I've heard all my life growing up in North Carolina.
Antics.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, oh, okay. So there's baseline racism in North Carolina. I get it.
Yeah, that's how he's kind of setting this up. He's like, I've heard this stuff all my life. That's all he was doing. But yeah, let's let him elaborate.
If you're not in the Klan,
to
it's just
me,
antics.
he was guilty of his experience and environment. Not that he had any hate or actual racism towards blacks. But that isn't accurate for this crowd of Puritans.
So basically what he's saying is like, oh, he doesn't actually hate black people. He's just saying all these hateful things towards black people that he heard growing up in the racist South. That's all it's going. It's like
he's just a victim of his environment. We shouldn't correct him. We shouldn't correct him, though.
Okay, here's the thing. Like, okay,
isn't he kind of saying two different things? Like, isn't he saying like he's not racist / racist?
It's like he's not racist. He just keeps saying racist things. No, but that's basically okay. Let's just say like that it. Okay, let's say it is the case that he actually, in his heart, harbors zero ill will towards like any other people group, and like loves everyone equally, wants awesome things for everyone. Like to him, like he's a total humanist, just love machine, whatever. But he just heard all these like really hateful things growing up, but he didn't think they were hateful, but he just says them all the time because he doesn't realize what they are. Okay. That's like, if I'm like driving my car and I'm like super drunk and I don't realize that I'm running over a bunch of people, I'm still fucking running over a bunch of people and I should be stopped. Even if I'm not doing it on purpose, even if I don't think I'm doing it, even if I knew I was doing it, I'd be horrified. Like I'm still doing it and I need to be stopped. Like, did that make sense? I literally just came up with that off the top of my head. But sorry if it was a
Yeah.
little morbid for people, but
No, it was a little metal, but
well, I mean that's how I roll, man.
no, but I think it works. I mean, some people might say, "Well, that's hyperbolic." It's like, okay, but it's not wrong.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm just saying in general underlying ideas. Like, just, okay, the basically what I'm saying is his whole excuse is like even like, and this is like giving huge benefit of the doubt that I am not convinced is warranted at all. It's like there's that phrase like when it comes to being offensive, especially in terms of like being racist or sexist or any kind of other bigoted. There's that phrase like intent is irrelevant.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, especially
It's like,
with this kind of stuff.
yeah. Now that's one of those phrases, and again, this might just be like the way my brain works. I sometimes get super pedantic about things. Like, now, I don't believe that intent is completely irrelevant because I think if someone does like legit accidentally, like and unintentionally say something that's super offensive or harmful to someone, I think it should matter that they didn't mean to. In terms
Oh, right.
of like afterwards, like someone explaining to them, okay, this, you may not have meant it, but this is what happened, and then hopefully like
Yeah.
reconciliation, correction after that. But in terms of was someone offended or hurt by it, like in that sense, your intent is irrelevant. Like it either hurt and offended someone or it didn't. Like whether you meant it or not, it still had that effect.
And if you're like, "Well, I didn't mean to hurt you," sometimes people will use that to imply, "So you shouldn't be hurt."
Right.
I've had
Yeah,
family
it's
members
like,
tell me that.
yeah, it's like when my son was younger and like first started playing baseball, like a kid at practice one day accidentally hit him in the face with a baseball bat. It's like the
What?
kid didn't mean to do it, but that didn't mean he wasn't hit in the face with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
You know, it still happened.
Just because you didn't do it on purpose doesn't mean you're not responsible for what happened.
Right. Right. Exactly. Well said. But were you starting to say something about family members? I feel like I cut you off maybe.
Oh no, I was just remembered that I had a family member tell me that like once about something, specifically around like I think it was neurodivergent responses to something, and I was like, that really bothered me, and they're like, "Well, I didn't mean to," and it was kind of like, "So why are you still bothered?" Like,
Right? Now it's like, okay,
that's not
I
how any of that
appreciate.
works.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like I said, on a certain level, I appreciate that you didn't mean to. That
Yeah.
helps, but it still happened. Yeah, so that seems to be like another big kind of underlying theme with Derek here is like he's just like basically making the assumption, well, Bob didn't mean any of this stuff by it, so basically none of you people should be offended because he didn't mean it that way. It's like, yeah.
No, they demand blood. I'm not exaggerating. Bob also
He's not
wanted
exaggerating.
actual
He demanded blood. Yeah. Apparently. I mean, dude said he's not exaggerating. So.
This call is sounding cooler and cooler. It's like I'm missing out on the bloodletting. Where was that happening?
Right?
also wrote on trans materials and expressed to me that he doesn't think children should be subject to these transitioning experiments.
Ooh,
Well,
buddy.
Neither do I.
No.
This is
Okay.
Good news, everyone. It's not happening.
So he's not transphobic. He's just saying he doesn't believe in like all these like transitions, like surgery experiments being done on kids. I mean, and we can all agree on that, right?
All that's happening up until I think it's 18 was called, or no, up until onset of puberty, and even then, it doesn't. The decision to take hormone blockers doesn't even quite have to happen yet. I'm not an expert, but what he's describing as far as like kids with the transitioning, it's just what they call like social transitioning, where it's clothing and hairstyle and
Yeah.
and maybe toys, depending.
Right.
There's no experiments happening.
Right.
All that
Yeah.
is completely reversible, and so are the puberty blockers.
Yeah. Yeah. Because here's the thing, like, because people use stories like that as kind of like horror stories that kind of scare people about like the whole like transgender thing.
Yeah.
But then, and like I was when I was talking with Matt, like I don't know if this is technically like kind of like the Mott and Bailey tactic where you like start out with an extreme statement when people attack that, then you kind of retreat to like a more like realistic, like defendable position. Oh well, really, all I was saying was this. It's like so. It's like the people saying like I'm against trans people and all that, and like why are you doing that? That's dumb. It's like oh well, really, I'm just against like them doing all this like weird stuff to kids. And it's like, which okay, yeah, everyone is against that, but it's also that, and that's why it's not fucking happening. Or if it is so fucking rare that it's not at all representative of what it means to be transgender.
To my
But
knowledge, transitioning kids is literally illegal everywhere in the U.S.
yeah. So, and I'm sure, like, if that was happening, pretty much, like, I don't want to speak for the whole trans community, but I would assume most of them would also be against doing that to kids, like,
Yeah.
before they were actually ready. Like,
Yeah, there's like
but,
no one advocating for that.
yeah. So, but the thing is, but to keep putting that out there, the problem is like you're just associating transgenderism with that terrible thing. So when people, so you're just putting that in people's mind. It's like
It's a
it's
propaganda
like
technique.
exactly. It's like the whole back during the campaign, the whole people in my hometown of Springfield, Ohio, like true story,
They're
where people were
eating the
talking.
dogs.
Yeah, like we're like because yeah, if that actually was happening, which it wasn't, that was shown to be all completely made up. But so yeah,
Made
that's
up
one
by
of those.
crazy white people. That the parent like.
Yeah, so yes, I'm everyone can agree, like yes, if they're like immigrants or not, if anyone is stealing people's pets and eating them, like yeah, that's something we're all against. But the fact that they keep saying that and attaching it to this community of people, like that is doing harm. So for him to say like, well, I'm against doing like this weird experimental surgery stuff to kids, like shouldn't everybody be? He's like, yeah, we are, but it's not happening. So stop talking about it when and associating it with trans people.
Yeah.
Like that's the harm he's doing. It's like, and again, like from his position, like he just does not understand how this shit is harmful.
And clearly he's not looked into it on his own at all. Like is he just listening to Bob Price talk about these things? Like or is he just going on Twitter to ask questions and learn things? Because it's not hard to find the truth. Like
Yeah.
you can just Google shit and it'll tell you in the first results it's not happening.
Yeah, because like see, like this is because like stuff like this, like I said, we're only like 13 and a half minutes in. Like I said, like by this point in the video, I was already thinking this is one of the dumbest, cringiest videos I've seen in my entire life. But this is another reason we wanted to talk about this was like not just for like these specific circumstances and drama that Derek's talking about. We just thought there were so many things in this video that we think are important things to talk about, like just in a much bigger picture, bigger scale, like yeah, with these issues surrounding like racism, transphobia, other kinds of bigotry. Like, but it's like Derek is, and it just happens to be like in this video he's making about the specific circumstance, but he kind of unwittingly turned it into a master class on just how not to be a person. And we're just like, so yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know they were
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that dehumanizing, Derek? That I said you're bad at being a person? It's like,
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to think of like how I would say it. I feel like it's a really great example of a lack of awareness of like bigger picture stuff
mm-hmm,
because he wasn't aware of the intricacies of like interpersonal like LGBTQ stuff, political. I mean, how are you in? You're like technically an atheist YouTuber, but how are you in that online community and you weren't aware of these things? I don't.
mm-hmm.
Was he literally only like paying attention to the stuff that interested him and not to like the bigger world? Um, 'Cause it's kind of like he like a little bit of Rip Van Winkle stuff where he just like woke up and he's like, my goodness, these people are woke and pronouns and like I was aware people had changed their pronouns, but I had no idea it was offensive to use the wrong one, or he had an idea, but like when somebody was
Yeah,
offended when he did it, and then and the,
yeah. And he gets into that later, but
yeah.
yeah. So let's.
I'm just very confused. I'm very confused how anybody could be like in a turtle shell for this long.
Right. Yeah.
This is transphobia to people in the trans community. What didn't make sense to me
He's like, can you believe that? Yeah.
was that the person, Chrissy
Yes.
Hansen, who was behind boycotting and trying to destroy Bob, has also had friendly streams with Bob. And Bob has always complimented Chrissy as brilliant, a bright thinker. Bob welcomed everyone and loved all. I swear to God,
Well,
if there is one, everyone who attacked.
what if they don't feel loved?
Right. Yeah. That's another thing he harps on a lot. Is like, but look at all these people in these communities that Bob was nice to at some point. It's like, okay.
And just because somebody has transphobic things about them doesn't mean it consumes them. Like,
Right. I mean, because like,
clearly he was kind to Chrissy. Uh,
yeah.
And then the Chrissy's like, okay, these other things you say are not kind. And then
Right.
he's like, whatever, I'm not going to bend to the woke mob. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, and think in this situation now. Fortunately, like, people are aware. Like Matt, very good friend of mine, also good friends with your wife, Erin. I like your kids, your whole family, great. But if that wasn't the case, and I just, for whatever reason, like really hated your wife and was like always bad mouthing her, like, but I was like, but I like you, Matt. I'm nice to you. Like,
Yeah.
would that matter? It's like, yeah.
Not if you didn't shut up about it.
Yeah. All right. So what's he talking about now?
Who attacked Bob is guilty as sin, and I'm the biggest sinner in all of this. But we will get there.
Oh.
So I saw
I
an
don't think
image
he
of a
ever
black
gets
mother
there.
crying for her son.
Does he ever get there? What was his biggest sin, like originally bending to the woke mob? Is that what it was?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow, he's just
All right.
he just
All right,
went
so
full
now
red pill.
Yeah, so now he's getting to the whole like thug thing that you were referencing earlier.
Her son, Mike Brown, who was shot and killed by police, where Bob said that her son was a thug criminal. This was unsettling for me because the mom was crying, and I could imagine my mom crying if I was shot and killed, even if it was during criminal activity. I have experience. Bob was accused of racism because he used the term thug with a black man in an image. I approached Bob about this and told him that they are saying you are a racist because of your use of this word. Bob immediately told me what the word meant to him and why he used it. My only response at that time was that it just...
he didn't, he said he didn't mean it that way, so therefore it's fine.
and he might have. It's a learning opportunity
Yeah.
potentially because okay, you didn't mean it that way, and
Mhm.
that is a word used for people in that situation.
Mhm.
I get that.
Yep.
Uh, but to the black community, that especially when it's used to describe someone who's been shot by police, and the police violence on black men is well documented, and they are shot way more often than white men, um,
Mhm.
even though crimes are not committed at a
Yep.
greater rate by black men.
Right.
And so there is a lot of sensitivity there, and so they hear that as you dehumanizing that person, and like,
Mhm.
oh, it makes sense for them to be shot.
Right, because that is also a common thing that always happens. Like whenever you do see like a black person shot by the police, one of the first things a lot of white people will do, unfortunately, is like it's like they'll latch on to like any even hint of any kind of criminal record they might have, as if that justifies it. It's like, well, the police like just shot this kid in the back and then he was unarmed. It's like, oh well, 5 years ago he shoplifted, so he's a criminal. So it's like. So they'll throw out this term thug as if like that's part of them trying to justify it. So again, like even if he didn't mean it that way, like to be that unaware of what that word means in this specific context where he apparently just went out of his way to throw it out. It's like, okay, even if he was for whatever reason completely ignorant of all that, it's like once you're confronted with it, you should react a certain way. But let's let Derek continue, and we'll see how Bob did respond to him bringing this to his attention, and how this maybe wasn't the best word to use. Let's see how Bob responds.
Just seemed unempathetic and heartless to people, and that he should apologize so we can move forward. However,
Just said, hey, yeah, maybe just apologize, Bob. All right, let's see what Bob says.
Bob said, hell no.
That's a very dehumanizing response, Bob.
Not bending the knee to the woke mob.
Oh, and he threw in the buzzwords because it wasn't fucking stupid enough on its own. It's like, God damn it.
Yeah. Also, when white
because
people gather, it's a group. When black people gather, it's a mob. There's some coded language there too.
Yeah, or when white people are gathering to come to the aid of black people or other minorities, then they become part of the mob.
Yeah.
So because they're associating with the differently colored people. Yeah. Yeah. See,
but think of the police, Tommy. we have to protect the police.
I mean, I do appreciate the police for like.
Right.
They do.
I don't want harm to come to the police. I am saying in situations where there's a protest group or that's been labeled a mob, even if things have been done where now it is no longer a legal protest, I get that. Police move in, do their thing. Okay?
Right.
There are ways to remove.
Yeah, or just the several times where I have needed police assistance for certain things in my life or the lives of loved ones.
Yeah.
Like they've been very helpful. Yes.
I'm thinking because we were talking in terms of like.
Yeah.
I was thinking of like BLM protests where white people were there too and all that. So when they start moving, when a protest is deemed illegal and now they have to clear an area, there are specific de-escalatory tactics where you just incrementally push people out of an area. And if people refuse to move, as long as people are stepping backwards out of the area and the police are stepping forwards, everything is going according to plan, right? But what happens is the police will start to behave in ways where the point doesn't seem to be to clear the protest, but the intent seems to be to harm the protesters.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm talking about, where like in those instances, people are like, but the police were scared.
Yeah, because I also don't want my comments to be construed in like that I am completely supportive of everything the police ever do ever. Yeah, that's also not the case. So, yeah. But yeah,
Police, however, usually do have a monopoly on power in a situation, and it's not always a good thing.
Yeah, so I'm just going to back him up a little bit just because I couldn't quite remember what he's
Back
talking
him
about
up.
here.
Unempathetic and heartless to
okay.
people, and then he should apologize so we can move forward.
Okay.
Which is
Yeah,
reasonable.
However, Bob said, hell no, I'm not bending the knee to the woke mob.
And this apparently was a pivotal point for Derek here, where he's like, the way he's framing this is like, this is where like my mind changed. Like, oh, I need to be more like Bob. Like, he's not caving in this crowd. I shouldn't either. Like, that's the other kind of fucked up thing about this.
Derek,
like,
is Bob your cult leader?
Like, maybe you should leave that cult too. Make a video about that, please.
Kind of seems like you're getting most of your worldview from him.
Right? Yeah.
I knew I was in trouble. I didn't agree with Bob's comment on this image, and he made a joke about Washington Redskins should be renamed the Savages. However, when I asked him, he literally told me I was joking.
Oh, he literally told him he was joking, Matt. Like talking about like the Washington Redskins changing their name and saying like they should use savages and like now associating that word with like
Now,
Native Americans, and it's like
here's what I think
he was just
probably
joking.
His cringe right wing joke that he was making. Like people were like, it was probably one of those trolling jokes on the left where you just say something because it's going to make people angry, and it doesn't matter how racist it is. The point is that it makes people angry. And somebody's probably like, we need to change the name of the Washington Redskins to something else or whatever it is, or wherever the Redskins team was, and he's like, oh yeah, well I think we should be called the Savages again. It's like,
yeah. Which again,
so
like this,
you're gonna be more racist in this context, and that's supposed to be funny, and we're supposed to be like, ha ha ha, you're so creative.
yeah, right. Because to think that saying something like that and then just saying, well, it's just a joke again, shows like how ignorant you are of the actual situation for these people that you're joking about. And you think that just joking about it is harmless. Like, yeah, for you it is, motherfucker. But
you're joking about dehumanizing a group that was genocided by people that look like you.
yeah,
like,
because again, because like what?
It's not funny.
Yeah, because like what was Derek complaining about earlier? Like people calling Bob things like racist and bigot, and like talking about how they're so like dehumanizing. But Bob can like use the term savages. So apparently, this is all the people. So all the people that Derek is mad at, like if any of you are watching, apparently all you need to do is say that when you were calling Bob a racist and a transphobe and a bigot, just say you were joking. Because apparently that makes it all fine. Because what's coming up here is one of the most Derek moments I have ever seen. So I'm just going to back him up just a little bit because I want to make sure we get the full on-ramp to this little quip of his that he clearly thinks is one of the most brilliant fucking things that has ever been said by anyone ever.
Trouble. I didn't agree with Bob's comment on this image, and he made a joke about Washington Redskins should be renamed the Savages. However, when I asked him, he literally told me I was joking. I guess comedy even gets canceled these days.
Like, dude, do you think that's a new thought? Do you think that's a new thought? I can't tell.
That's the thing. Like, I could not help but just laugh at that because it's like, oh, he clearly thought that was like such a brilliant like remark and like commentary on the situation. It's like, oh, apparently comedy can be canceled too. It's like, dude, like you think this is such a novel thought you're expressing? Like, okay, welcome to like the conversation about comedy that has been going on for as long as comedy has been a thing. Like
this was the thing Elon Musk was saying recently. when he was high on ketamine or whatever it was on that stage on the interview, and he's like, I mean, legalize comedy, and he was being people made fun of him. Okay, he's very autistic, and he's high, and he's trying to people. Also, he's a dick. Like, so there's
Right? Yeah,
layers to what's happening.
those are separate issues, people. Yeah.
But I couldn't tell if I really couldn't tell if this was what he thought was an original idea, and he's like, this will get him, or these are like little dog whistle phrases that he's throwing in there to get the algorithm to throw this to alt-right people now.
Right. Yeah, that's something I hadn't quite considered, because like throughout this whole video are like so many moments like this where it's one of the things like I'm having trouble like putting words to it, but it's basically like him throwing out all these little like zingers and clips where it seems like he thinks like, oh, this is like super biting and edgy, and like this will
get him.
Like this is like destroying him with my wit and whatever, and yes, for anyone who's watching this later and like to being critical of us, like I realize how ironic it is for me to like criticize his words without struggling over my own wording, but hey, like I said, I'm not the professional here.
I wonder if Bob's helped him write parts of this or gave him certain phrases to include.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
yeah,
which I guess makes sense. But yeah, just that whole how he's like, yeah, I guess even comedy can be canceled these days. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. It's like,
especially when it's not funny.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, this, like I said, this has been going on, like, and has been a discussion and debate around comedy as long as comedy has been a thing, probably. But his insight on it is like so new and groundbreaking and cutting, and it's like, dude, that's another thing I kept saying during this whole thing. It's like, dude, just get the fuck over yourself. Like, yeah, that was like another way, like, as me and Matt were talking about, like, planning tonight's episode, I think the way I described approaching this was excavating the ass that is this video to see if we can find Derek's head. Because it's way up that sphincter. So this is a sphincter of a video. I think that's a way to describe it. Yeah.
The best analogy that comes to mind is this.
Oh,
imagine
this is the best.
someone walks up to you, slaps you in your face, spits in your face.
Remember, this is the best analogy he could come up with. Someone comes up to you and slaps your face and spits in your face.
And then they demand that you apologize to them. And they still demand that to this day. Because
Isn't that
how
what
does
you're doing?
how does that doing? It's like, how does that at all describe the situation? It's like to him, like, these are people walking up to him and Bob and smacking them and spitting in their face and asking them to apologize. Like, and to him, this is the best analogy he could come up with.
But what I find,
oh, dude,
I mean, it's really on the nose. It's not that great of an analogy, but I think it's also a really good description of people taking offense to things that Bob said. Like, Bob said these things were like slaps in the face to people. Mm-hmm. And they're like, we don't necessarily need an apology from Bob, but they needed Derek to distance himself from these ideas. And because he didn't do that, at least publicly, there was nothing that these scholars who were coming on his channel could point to and say, like, okay, here's the separation between me and Bob. It's Derek saying, like, I do not agree and disavow these ideas. However, Bob is my friend, and, like, I value his scholarship, maybe, but I think you could still probably get away with it if you had that dividing line marker. But not, like, Derek refusing to do something like that. I'm assuming he refused because it didn't happen. I'm just kind of speculating. Is a slap in the face to these scholars who were on his channel who were like, it can't be associated with this, and so they're at least maybe expecting an apology from Derek, like, sorry, I can't do that, whatever. So to me, this his analogy works better to describe what's happening to the other people than to him.
Right? Yeah. So here's an analogy that I came up with. So, and I think you've mentioned on the show before, yeah, you definitely mentioned on the show, like, so you like have ADHD, you're autistic.
Mm-hmm.
So say like I came over to your house one day and I started just saying like derogatory things about people with autism and ADHD, like, you know, the usual like ableist neurotypical like remarks, but I don't even want to say them because they fucking suck. But let's just pretend I said them while I was over at your house, and your wife Erin, who was like super offended by that, just like slapped me in the face and said, apologize. And then my reaction was, how dare you slap me in the face and ask me to apologize? That's essentially what Derek is saying here. And that was the best analogy he said he could come up with. It's like,
It's a little, the slapping and then the spitting. There was something weird about the spitting to me.
oh, and he gets weird with the analogies later, and that's maybe we, like I said, I don't remember what else is in this like particular like time segment.
I mean, like, spitting on someone is a bigot thing to do. Like, that's a pretty common dehumanizing thing to do. Also, it's always struck me as like weirdly intimate.
Yeah,
like, putting your saliva on someone else, like,
which I mean, in the right context, it can be a good time. But yeah, yeah. All right. Well, let's get through this segment. Like, I don't remember what else was in this part that I thought was interesting, but let's see.
You wrote words about things years ago which they find offensive. Bob didn't want anything to do with this crowd. He saw them. He saw them on Twitter. He saw their behavior. He saw how they attacked him.
Like, okay.
Are you sure he's going out in public saying things about them? Like about
how
that group of people. That's not avoiding them.
Yeah, that's what I did not understand, like this part of the video where he said like he didn't want anything to do with them. I do not understand how that's any kind of offense. Like I said, like I could say derogatory remarks like in public about a certain group of people, and then they get mad. It's like, well, I didn't actually want anything to do with them. Like, so fucking what?
But you did just pick a fight with them. Like,
yeah, or the people who like, if I, especially, I guess maybe, I don't know if maybe Derek's point here is like all the people who are now coming after Bob, you know, like the Chrissy Hansons and like the Josh Bowens are saying they don't want to associate him with them anymore. Maybe he's saying, well, these people aren't in the crowd that he was attacking. So like, and Bob didn't want to have anything to do with them. But like, well, these are the people who are either, I guess Chrissy is like, for people who don't know, Chrissy is transgender, and she like, so she is in that community. So it's like, if Bob didn't want anything to do with the transgender community, then he shouldn't have fucking talked about him. But other people like Josh Bowen and Megan Lewis, who like approached him and said they don't want to be part of it. Like, okay, those are advocates. Those are people who are not part of that like oppressed minority group, but are choosing to use their privilege and position to come to their aid. So it's like, yeah, it's like if I start going after someone like who has bodyguards or something, and then like their bodyguards come up to me and like getting me off, I'm like, oh hey, I didn't have a problem with you. It's like that's basically Bob saying like he just does not understand the situation. Which again, like, okay, I mean not actually okay, but yeah, some people just don't understand. But like the part we played earlier, like we're like, it seemed like Bob didn't understand like what he said was offensive. So Derek approach him and say, hey, here's why people are finding this offensive. Maybe you should apologize. Like, yeah, at that point, he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I apologize. But apparently Bob was like, hell no, I'm not apologizing. And therein lies the problem. And this is why people so
derogatory, inflammatory, dehumanizing labels. They were absolutely atrocious. And the way they attacked me.
like, well, here's the thing, Derek. Like, if they were using dehumanizing labels, like I said, well, apparently, first of all, apparently all they have to do is say they were joking, and then it doesn't matter. But it's like, so basically what Derek is saying is like Bob can use these dehumanizing labels, but just say he didn't mean it, or like, I wasn't talking about you people. Why are you upset? But then when people turn around and start using these labels on Derek and his friend, then all of a sudden that's a big deal. So he's not connecting the dots where he should be saying, oh, I don't like people using dehumanizing and derogatory labels towards me. Maybe this is what these other people feel like when people like Bob say those things about them. Like, that's the connection he should be making right here. But it's just not happening.
Remember when we had Aaron on? He was talking about left-hand path, right-hand path.
Oh yeah, Aaron Tomlinson. Yeah, that was a fun episode. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't this a right-hand path kind of thing where there's
where
there's an empathy deficit or an inability to have empathy go beyond your your immediate people group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's another big thing with Derek is like he'll talk about like the reason he's coming to Bob's defense. He's like, this guy's my friend. He's been my mentor. I've been so close. Like I'm just so loyal to this guy. It's like yeah, I understand like being loyal to like friends and family and like people you're close with, but like there has to be limits. Like again, like Matt, like, you know, we're friends, but yeah, if I started like, I would expect, like, if I started saying things, even like approaching the kind of shit that Bob says, like, I would expect you to call me out on it. And if I refused, like, yeah, you might say, like, I maybe don't want to do the show with you anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so, and I would hope that would be how you would respond to that if I ever did shit like that. But,
yep.
Yeah, but Derek's like, no, this guy's my friend. Like, and again, maybe this is like the culture he comes from, where it is like, if you know, getting my family tattooed on my arm, like where it is like that level of like, you know, family's family, like we take care of our own, and it's like, you know, like circling the wagons or whatever kind of metaphor you want to put around it.
Yeah, what's that, like family, faith, and country?
Yeah,
like the three components that.
Mm-hmm.
If when taken to an extreme, become fascism.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, I think there was only a little bit more in this little segment. Let's see what else.
Yeah.
Me was fucking bullshit.
Oh,
and
no.
I would never treat any human in this world that way. I cannot.
Hey, didn't you just in the beginning of this say you were going to go scorched earth on people who opposed you? Isn't that the same thing that was done, that you think was done to you? You would never do that, except for when you tell us you're going to.
I cannot tell you how intense this behavior was, not only to Bob, but to myself. Again, Bob didn't want anything to do with this crowd, and I don't blame him. Looking back.
Yeah, that
sounds
seems
like
to be
it sucked for you. I mean, I hope it wasn't as bad as you're saying. Also, he's not giving any examples of how bad that was. So we've heard plenty of other examples. So I kind of wonder.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's the end of. Yeah. All right. So the next segment, I think, is one that you noted, talking about like blaming others for cognitive dissonance.
That was interesting. Is that pretty short?
Yeah, it's less than 2 minutes.
Let's give
right.
that was really interesting to watch happen.
All right.
This video. I suffered from what is called cognitive dissonance.
Oh yeah, this is the part of the video where Derek lets you know what a big smart person he is.
He does use the term
Cognitive
properly.
dissonance is a psychological
Yes.
state of
Oh yeah,
discomfort.
he used it accurately, but yeah, it just this part of the video just kind of really, yeah, it hit me weird for some reason.
Experienced when an individual holds conflicting beliefs, values, and behaviors. This discomfort motivates them to reduce the dissonance by changing their beliefs, behaviors, or perceptions of the situation. Let me break this down. I know Bob personally over many, many years.
Oh, did you have something to say, or you just?
No, he said.
Okay.
He just said, "Let's break this down," and I said, "Break it down."
All right. I want to make sure I heard that.
Yeah.
My firsthand experience with Bob literally showed me the amazing human being he really is, and that he is
get off
not
his dick.
a racist. The dissonance.
Sorry.
Yeah, see, look. I know, like, Bob has been being accused of like being a racist and a transphobe and a bigot, like towards like minority groups, but look, I'm a straight cis white dude, and he was nice to me, so that means he's a good person. Man, do you want to go a little farther, or if you got something
let's
else?
go a little further. Yeah, because there's something.
Okay, I'm going to say, like, as soon as you have a point you want to riff a little more on, I really need to pee. So,
all right.
It's happened in my brain when people took his words and labeled those words on him and attacked him with many derogatory ways and threatened me that I will do something about this or else I will.
Yeah, because, like, again, like, he does not understand, like, other perspectives. Where he's like, it's like, I, as a white guy, didn't see anything wrong with what he was saying. So how dare all these other people who are not like me have a problem, even though they're the people he was talking about? It's like,
so it kind of sounds like he's what he's describing is that other people giving him another label for these things that Bob was saying caused cognitive dissonance in him. And so it's kind of like he's describing this as being imposed on him, right? Which can happen.
Yeah. Keep going. I'll be right back.
It's in a way, it's like he's saying that like his cognitive dissonance is their fault, and he didn't like that they were putting him in this situation where now he had an alternate way of viewing what was happening, and which apparently he was unaware of before. And so now he has to kind of make a choice. And in his mind, they can't both be true, right? Like, one of these things is true. Either Bob is racist or Bob is not. And it may not be that simple. Like, Bob could be mostly not racist, but then says some racist things. So that means that there is some racism that could be removed. It could be dealt with. These two things can be true. Both Bob and Derek didn't see what Bob said as racist or transphobic, and this other community did. Okay, like, things impact different groups of people differently, and both impacts can be valid. Both views of it can be true. It just depends on what perspective you're coming from. And it looks like Derek is having a really hard time holding these left and right ways of seeing reality simultaneously. And I think what we're seeing in this video is him snapping, hitting like a snapping point, where he just collapsed into the right only view. And not only is it the only real way to see things, the other way is evil and occult.
Right.
When the truth is, there is reality that is a separate, unitary thing, and then there is a left-hand path, right-hand path, or left view, right view of reality.
Mm-hmm.
but neither view in itself is exclusively reality. They
Right. Yeah.
both
No
are
map is
describing
the territory. Yeah.
the same event or the same reality. And that's how you get rid of cognitive dissonance in this case, is you're like, okay, both things are true, and you have to decide, okay, do I want to say things that hurt people, or don't I?
Yeah, which again, like I said, with the whole intent is irrelevant conversation, like, it's like, with the way he described like how Bob responded to him approaching him about like the thug comment and saying like, hey, like, people are thinking that's racist, but like at very least that seems like insensitive, and like you're literally looking at a photo of a mother like grieving over her son that was killed by cops, like deserved or not. It's like we have a mother grieving over her dead son, and his response is to call her son a thug. It's like, okay, even if he actually was, it's like, dude, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, but then, so usually you would think, okay, if you're trying to take the approach of, well, he didn't mean it, like, let's have some empathy towards Bob and like where he was at, let's see where we can like kind of find some common ground here. But even in Derek's own words, like he said, like, yeah, I approached Bob and said maybe you should apologize for at least just being insensitive, and Bob was like, hell no. It's like, all right, then no one gives a shit anymore about like what you really think or what kind of person Derek thinks you really are. It's like, you say shit like that and people are offended, and you just outright refuse to even apologize or even acknowledge that what you said was maybe insensitive, then because like, I'm not bowing to the woke mob. It's like yeah, as soon as you like,
that's a very reasonable request.
Yeah, like, if you feel like taking a stand for your side means I'm going to be a giant dick, then maybe reevaluate your side. Just saying.
Yeah. So Derek must think this video makes him look really good. Oh,
yeah. I mean, yeah, we'll get to like one of those moments here in a bit, but yeah, there's so many like we've already said, with like the little like quips and like what he seems to think are like zingers, and like, how gotcha with this statement, this was like super biting and whatever. But it's like, dude,
there's a point later where he's talking and his demeanor gets a little aggressive, like in an uncomfortable way, and he says something like, I'm going to paraphrase except for part of it, where he said, he's like, kindness kills, and I think the atheist cult needs some.
Yeah.
I was like,
well,
did he
we'll
just
get to that.
call for killing?
Which,
I mean, he didn't, but also that was a weirdly aggressive thing to say.
Yeah, that's one of those, like, I'm willing to be charitable and just write that up to him just being a dumbass and not like understanding the words that he's saying. But real quick, so I guess like this video's driven me to third drink, so now I'm just on the OG torpedo.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to hit the restroom as well, but I gotta leave my headphones here since my microphone is on those and I can't mute it. So,
well, I can mute you from here.
Oh yeah, do that. I gotta grab my walker.
Okay, all right. You are now muted, so do your thing, man. All right. So let's see what else was left in this segment here.
We'll remove him or else. So this pressure and the fact that I didn't agree with Bob in his statements made it obvious that he must be what all these people accuse him of. Bob recommended that he just walk away from MythVision. And I was just agreeing with him on the phone. But because I let these people in my head and allowed their threats to get to me, and Bob wouldn't apologize, I felt betrayed. All I wanted was Bob to apologize But to who? To the angry mob who screams, "Crucify! Crucify this piece of shit!" It's extremely difficult to explain all that went on and how my mind went this way.
Or I don't know, Derek. Maybe he should have apologized to the minority groups that he offended. Like is that? Like, it's like all you can think of is like, oh, should he apologize to me or to like these like other people I've had on my channel who don't want to be here anymore? Like no, dude. Like, yeah, like I said, it's like he just does not understand. And I really wish he did. Like, it's like, yeah, who should he be apologizing to? Like, like I said, the communities whom his words hurt and affected in negative ways. Like, but no, he's got to make this all about him and the people he's perceiving as his enemies, and like that's what this is all about. Like, completely forgetting all the people who were actually like being offended and affected by the things that his friend's saying. So, all right, welcome back, Matt.
I'm back. Oh, and it's time for medicines.
So yeah, do you have any comments on that last little nugget of awesomeness?
That was weird. Apologize to who? Yeah, good point. About according, apologize to the people whose well-being you are not helping.
Right.
With those comments.
Right. Speaking of comments, from Top G, welcome to the show. Steve McRae covered this quite extensively as well. Unfortunately, I am not familiar with Steve McRae, but if you would like to elaborate and tell me more, I may be interested in this Steve McRae person. But yeah, it's good. That's another thing. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but
if you're wondering why I'm laying down, it's because I had back surgery.
Yeah.
Normally I'm upright.
Yeah. It's like no, this is Matt just like so tired of all the bullshit. That's what this is. He's like, I'm not sitting up for you fuckers. But yeah, that's something I like
got time.
Yeah. And I checked like pretty much up until shortly before we started here tonight, which was 8 p.m. Eastern, for anyone who's curious. And I hadn't really seen much response, but also at the same time, like with a bunch of the people who are actually involved in this, I don't know how many of them would actually respond.
Yeah.
But yeah, if other people are talking about this, I'd be interested because I'm like, I kind of don't want to be like the only like people on YouTube or other places talking about this. But
yeah, you don't want to be a lightning rod.
His show is referred to as the non sequitur show. I have heard of that.
Yes, I've seen that. I've watched it a little bit here and there, but I know I haven't watched much. I've wanted to.
Okay, but he's been talking about the Atheism Plus. I don't know what that is. I've seen Atheism Plus, but I don't know what it actually means. It's a kind of far left woke cult group for a while now. It's like,
Well,
little suspicious of that, but yeah,
because I think Tommy and I would both be part of that, and we are not aware it exists.
Yeah. I'm like, 'cause if you're just joining us, basically, long story short, the position we're taking is Derek's kind of a dumbass, and that his whole like pretty much disagree with virtually every single like take he's having on this and point he's trying to make. And yeah, I guess we're part of this atheist cult that he's trying to walk away from, that we didn't even know he was a part of, but whatever. See, 'cause that's the other thing that got me about this, because like usually when people talk about like some sort of like atheist cult, or when it comes to positions like racism, transgenderism in particular, usually, if anything, most atheists kind of have a bad rap for being like on the specifically like anti-trans side of things. Think of like your people like Richard Dawkins or Peter Boghossian, and some others I can't quite think of it, or Lawrence Krauss, and they think where they think like science and academia is under attack from the woke mob, and like so usually like people attacking like the far, I guess at least as far as like culture issues are concerned, like the far right, like that kind of atheism is usually considered like more cultish. But let's see. All right, it's titled "We Are Done with the Cult of Atheism Plus" with David Paulman and S.J. Thomason. If you are interested, I do not recognize those names, but I might be interested. But interested from what angle though? It
kind of sounds like right-wing classification of a group of atheists that they do not themselves label themselves that way. Kind of like a subgroup was created and labeled, and the people in that group are like, "Oh, that's news to us." Didn't realize we were in a cult and had an agenda.
All right. Well, maybe we should continue with the video here,
go.
Maybe it'll become more apparent. All right. Sorry. So the next thing I had marked here was this was more. I guess it wasn't like necessarily a specific point, but more of just an example of kind of how ridiculous Derek is being on this. So let's see here. All right. This is a little before, but
An answer. They want to know why he's not coming on the channel. I felt trapped. I felt like I needed to express.
Yeah, so this is him talking about like when he decided, like, because I guess a couple of years ago he did decide to like cut ties with Bob and like not have him on the channel anymore and all that. So yeah,
some of my disagreements with some of the what I would say disgusting things I saw in the interview myself. At this point, I chose a side, and my friend Bob was crucified. You see, I was Bob.
Oh, it's so sad because him and Bob are the real victims here. That's what we're trying to say.
Peter, who promised to go with him to the end. Even Bob was crucified. You see, I was Bob's Peter, who promised.
I kind of want to just clip that. Like I was Bob's Peter, and look, just it's just reasons.
Promised to go with him to the end, even unto death. And my mind changed.
Not just the tip, all the way to the end.
And I started believing the high priest.
All the way to the bell end.
Caiaphas. Over the next few years, Bob was crucified. You see,
Caiaphas in this analogy.
I'm guessing maybe Chrissy Hansen. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see.
I was Bob's Peter, who promised to go with him to the end, even unto death. And my mind changed, and I started believing the high priest of this cult, Caiaphas. Over the next few years, the cock crowed thrice, and I'm back where it all began. Happy birthday, Derek.
Like you fucking wuss.
Here's the thing, like, he thought that whole thing about like, and then the cock crowed thrice, and here it was back at the beginning, like, happy birthday, Derek. He probably thought, oh, that's fire. Like,
what?
He probably thought that was like the coolest.
We had a Peter reference and a cock reference all in the same stream of consciousness. That was amazing. Also, who's he trying to appeal with this? This is where I think like a lot of the language in here is coded to get picked up by the alt-right algorithm, and it looks like maybe that has happened. And I'm really confused by the Christian terminology, like the comparison of Bob to Jesus. He's Peter. Like, are you guys starting your own cult? What's happening? Like,
ooh, this is. Like, if you had more to say, finish what you're saying, but it's something just like in my head.
It's just really, it's like self-aggrandizing, but self-aggrandizing via Bob. It's like, I will aggrandize
Ooh.
Bob, but I'm his Peter, so I am also secondarily
So-
special.
So I will let Bob aggrandize me, or something. All right, so all right. So the way he's portraying Bob, that's basically his point with this whole thing is like him and Bob are the real victims in all of this, especially when it comes to like conversations about like, bigotry and sexism and transphobia and racism, like the two like powerful cis white dudes who are saying the offensive things or platforming the person saying the offensive things. Those are the real victims here. And this reminds me so much of something that I wish I had a very like succinct, like short form of this, but it's one of my favorite like commentaries on like really anything ever. But it's from Dr. Kip Davis. So, and if he's watching, like, which he might be, because I know he recently subscribed to the channel, which we appreciate.
Right.
Even if he's not watching, we just appreciate the sub, dude.
He's also in the cult, apparently.
Right? Yeah. He comes up in this video too. Which I mean, we may or may not get to any of those sections, but yeah, Kip, something you said, if you're watching, people who are not familiar with Dr. Kip Davis, look him up on YouTube. His channel is just called Dr. Kip.
We pretend his full name is Kipward.
Yes, in my head, that's what it is. Kipward Davisenberg.
Bergenstein. David Bergenstein.
Anyway, one of the things that Dr. Kip said about, and this has to do with this whole like people in power viewing themselves as the victim. He talks about how so much of the Bible is apocalyptic literature. And for people who know, apocalyptic literature is basically the literature of the oppressed writing about how they're imagining eventually getting deliverance from their oppressors, and then writing it with this like very flowery poetic language. Like, apparently Kip's over on Dadpool. All right, well, I guess Kip, if you're watching this later, we appreciate that too. But and also thanks Nitty for showing up. You're another person I've seen a little bit of your work. You're definitely someone I plan on digging into more of on the YouTubeosphere. Especially since apparently you live right up the highway in Columbus. We're down here in Cincy, so yeah.
I'll have to get familiar with your stuff as well.
Yeah, I saw he started doing I think it's a Saturday night, like occasional like stream with Kip that I enjoyed. Anyway, what was I say? Oh yeah, so Kip talk about like the Bible is apocalyptic literature being like the literature of the oppressed, talking about their oppressors and how they may someday overcome them, and like, but that's a problem with the way things are nowadays. Like Christians in a lot of the world are the dominant culture, but their scripture is apocalyptic literature. So they're taking this literature of the oppressed and then viewing, even though in many cases they are the oppressor, but their scripture is basically the language of the oppressed. So they're kind of internalizing that. It's like, oh, we're being oppressed by everyone. So that's why you see them kind of reacting this way. And that's, I'm getting a lot of that kind of energy from Derek here, talking about like him and Bob, like being like, the cis white dudes in power and like, oh, look, all these minority groups are being offended by this stuff that we said, even though we didn't mean it that way. So what the fuck is wrong with them? It's like, but yeah, I'm definitely getting a lot of those vibes. So
also, Nitty, by the way, I'm laying down because I had back surgery, not because I'm a lazy ass.
And he's tired of all this bullshit.
Yeah.
If I open the streams, you're always welcome. Welcome, Eon. I kind of that kind of sounds pretty epic. I'm assuming that means I'm welcome on, but I'm welcome, Eon. That sounds much more. I like that. But yeah, Budget Scripture Saturday. That was the name of it. Yes, definitely check that out.
In an ethereal form.
Yes. So yeah. So I'm getting that kind of energy from Mr. Lambert here. So, all right. What did I pause him in the middle of bullshitting
He's
about?
saying all the stuff to get picked up by the bots that drive the content that is bad for society. Like Russian bots, that's what they do. Is they whatever can cause chaos or disruption in society. That's what they will facilitate online with fake views, fake accounts, fake comments, and a lot of I think the right wing stuff knows that, and they play with that. They at least know that, like, if you say the right things, there is a wave of something that carries you to the masses.
Yes.
And so they play with that wave. Well, that wave is bad for society.
Yeah. Speaking of bad for society, let's listen to more of Derek.
Here's the thing.
Ooh.
I have had people on my channel, including Chrissy Hansen, who is
Oh, don't
literally
point at
a
me.
Marxist anti-capitalist
Oh.
for their Bible ideas. I'm fairly
So Chrissy's a Marxist anti-capitalist.
So what?
certain Chrissy has written about their views elsewhere. I'm a capitalist and proud to be an American. I'm the son of a Green Beret and proud of it.
Ooh.
I was like, wait, you tell us how big your dick is next?
Mm. No, he's telling us how big other people's dicks and how much he appreciates it. Like, not that there's anything wrong with that, but
Wait, where did you get that from? He's
What?
talking about, like, where'd you get that? Like, he's talking about other people's dicks and
well, because I'm a proud American, and like America is all about the big dick energy. I like America's big dick.
I see. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Like, so yeah. I'm just going to back him up just a tad, just a tip.
elsewhere. I'm a capitalist and proud to be an American. I'm the son of a Green Beret and proud of it. This never stopped me from learning from them. But this cult doesn't afford others to do the same. Bob does. Over the years, due to this
What?
debacle, from where I'm sitting, Bob had no one in his corner. He truly was in Sheol. Actually,
Oh,
he was in a place more like
goodness.
Tartarus and Hades because he had become the scapegoat racist to the left. To others, he was no racist, but speaking their typical political lingo. You see,
See, he wasn't a racist, but to other people who were racist, he was just speaking their language. That's basically all you were fucking saying there, dude. All right, so I was letting that go because I was seeing if he would have got to this point. So maybe he elaborates more here in a second, and I literally cut him off right before he said it. But when he's talking about, okay, so in his mind, part of the problem that people have with Bob is like, well, he just has like extreme political views, like on like the right wing side of things. But
Yeah.
like Chrissy, like she's a Marxist anti-capitalist, so she's like an extremist on the left like side of things. So it's like, but why is one political extremist okay and the other isn't? It's like maybe because all political extremists aren't the same, dude. And maybe also like extreme is a completely relative term depending on where you are. Like the bottom line, like people don't hate Bob because he's an extremist. Like they don't like him because he says things that are racist and bigoted and harmful to people. And Chrissy
Yeah.
is like, oh, she doesn't like capitalism. Okay.
Right. Marxism.
But in his mind, oh well, it's both the same thing. Why don't people?
But Marxism isn't necessarily an extreme ideology. There are extreme forms where I forget what it's called, but it's basically authoritarian Marxism, where you, through the threat of violence, you force equal financial situations on people.
Yeah.
But
So
it is.
yeah. So I think this is like related to like that conversation. Like something you hear people say a lot is like, oh, I can't believe people like get divided over politics, or they'll like unfriend people about politics, or they'll like cut ties with family members over politics. It's like, right. Yeah. Because as everyone knows, politics famously never actually harms anyone or has negative effects on people's lives. Like, it's like, again, this is like his position
we
of
just
privilege.
have to wait and see. We don't know how the Trump stuff is going to turn out yet, right? Sure, it looks like I'm probably going to lose my Medicaid and my food stamps and all that, but like, it's not going to happen until the end of next year. Let's just wait and see what happens. Like,
right now, like, so you are definitely in the camp of people who are being affected by this kind of stuff, and but like with Derek, is his point of view is like so to him, like as a person who is not affected by like he's one of those people, and I kind of like have myself in this category too. I think this is why it was like so easy for me to be an anarchist, like libertarian, whatever, for so long, because literally, like no matter who was in office, like as a straight white cis dude and Christian at the time, like, and with a lot of family who are like pretty well off, it's like literally, like no matter like what politicians were in office, they really weren't affecting my life at all. So I found it easy to just kind of like step back, like, I don't give a shit, that's all bullshit, But then once I started getting to know more people who actually were affected by it, and just realizing, oh, this shit is affecting people who aren't like me, maybe I should get back involved again. Like that's basically what Derek is doing, like by saying like, well, they're both political extremists, so it's both the same, right? Because neither are affecting me. But he doesn't understand, like, okay, one of these political extremes is causing a lot of harm for people, the other isn't. He's like, especially causing a lot of harm for people who aren't like him. But he just, but to him, in his mind, it's like, well, it's just both extremes are both the same, right? It's like, no, they're fucking not. They're just not.
nope.
Yeah. So
also, when I hear Marxism and anti-capitalist, I hear in favor of equality and generally anti-power structure that hurts people.
right. Okay. So here's something. So the next segment that I have like on the timestamp here. So sorry, I'm gonna take just a second to. So Matt, if there's anything else you wanted to riff on real quick while I do a quick YouTube search.
Let's see. What else did he say that was? He brought Neil on at one point, which was honestly.
Oh, and we'll get to that.
Just a lot of something. I think it was oh, you guys want to say bad things about people? We can do that too. Well, look at us try to do what we think you do, and then it was not the same.
Yeah.
It was kind of sad, honestly. And it was like, look, even I'm gonna bring my friend on. My friend agrees with me. See, I'm right. Like.
No, so I'm trying to find because this is going to be relevant for the next segment. Like, so Derek recently launched another YouTube channel where he's talking like current events stuff, which
is gotta be gold because he admits in this video that he doesn't follow politics. Or
hold on, he'll get to that. Just let him cook. I'm just trying to remember. Okay, I took a screenshot of this. I'm trying to remember the name of the YouTube channel. All right, so let's see. So keep talking while I'm typing.
It was several words long and awkward. That's what I remember.
All right, here's the channel. All right, so I'm gonna. All right, so before we get into this next segment, here's the thing to keep in mind. Like, so Derek just recently launched this new channel called Finding Out Now USA. Now,
because he's just finding out now that there are different ways to see things.
Yeah, which I think like the fact that this coincides with him essentially taking like the right wing red pill heel turn, like this seems pretty coordinated to me. But now, but to address Top G's concern here, I don't think this is something to laugh over. Derek said he lost sleep over dealing with people telling him not to platform this guy.
I mean,
you must have come on real late to.
No, we're not belittling. Sure, it sounds like this was a difficult thing for him to go through. And at the same time, there are things that amuse us about how it's playing out. Not because it's hard on him or he's struggled with it. There are certain things that just come across as silly to us in like his explanation of things. And it is amusing to us that he's not seeing what's happening. Also, there's humor in everything.
Yeah, plus there's also like the angle of sometimes people bring things upon themselves.
Yeah, and maybe we are bad people. I mean, we're both autistic, so maybe we find certain things funny, other people don't. There's that possibility as well.
No, but see the degree to which we are making a laughing stock out of Derek. Like what's like? I don't know how big you think our YouTube channel is. Like,
yeah.
But I mean, I'm glad you apparently think we are to the point where our thoughts can actually make a laughing stock out of anyone. Sure. But apparently we're only proving the point that atheism is a kind of cultish groupthink mentality that persecutes anyone who doesn't conform. It's like, okay.
I think you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who thinks just like us. And
yeah. But if you do, please let us know. Seriously, I would love to actually meet them. But
we literally interact with only a handful of people in the world, and like we're both very anti-groupthink. So to the point that like our ways of seeing things overlap with other people, it's a coincidence.
Yeah, but I mean, so apparently we're proving the point though that atheism is a kind of cultish groupthink. Like,
I'm not sure you know what those words mean.
Yeah. Hold.
When do theists come out and cry like babies when one of theirs switches to what?
To atheism. Oh yes, when has a Christian ever?
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you a real person?
All the way off into the sun with that bullshit.
Because that happens a lot.
Oh man,
we're not crying about losing Derek. I never had Derek. I don't know.
I don't.
He was never really my people.
Okay, look, like
I appreciate his work and stuff that he did with MythVision and the scholarship presented on there. But
right, yeah, look. Apparently, you jumped on like pretty late in the stream here,
and are making some assumptions.
Right. So if you want to go back and watch the rest, like please do,
or at least part of it. I know it's long.
Yeah. Yeah, or keep making comments because they're entertaining us. You know, whatever, up to you.
I mean, because really, you're just making yourself look ignorant. If that's your goal, then go for it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, we love the interaction. It gets more visibility, so more people like you find us. Which also, like, I guess it was encouraging when I was trying to find this channel a second ago. First, I just searched Derek Lambert, and actually, our video was like one of the top search results for Derek Lambert right now.
Oh yeah. So. All right. So you know what's interesting is that somebody comes on and accuses us of having like groupthink, but what they've done is come on and assume a group think about who we are. You know what I mean? Like a preconceived notion of who we must be. Well, based on what? Well, based on probably what your in-group has told you we are, which is a group think characteristic.
Yeah, right. Now, so apparently they thought examining Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists would be more up our alley. Like, yeah, that is up my alley. I just haven't seen the video yet. I mean, we can only cover like 1 hour long or like large video per episode. So I mean,
Jordan
sorry,
Peterson,
we are. Yeah, I'm sorry we aren't covering everything tonight, but I absolutely. I haven't seen it. Matt, have you watched that video yet? Or?
Yeah, I've watched clips and I've seen a couple people react to parts of it. Based on what I saw, Jordan Peterson does not do well in that format where it's timed.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to revert to lecture format. His go-to is to ask so many questions of his opponent that they have to answer that it eats up time. I did not think he was very intellectually honest in some of the discussions. He really seemed like he was purposefully dodging things. He also came there under a slight false pretense, potentially. It could have been what the Jubilee group did. The title of the video was originally One Christian versus, but because he refuses to call himself a Christian, even though he almost exclusively refers to Christian scriptures and the Christian idea of God.
Yeah, which okay, but and I want to get on to like more of these, but first of all, like the fact that like someone who just like jumped on in the middle of one of our streams is already saying, I thought this would be more up your alley. Like, how the fuck do you know?
Right.
Anyway, but but if we really want to address this stuff, then go to Steve McRae's video on the topic of Derek that he hosts on his. So apparently, if we want to address the topic of the video that Derek made, we don't want to go to the video that Derek made that we're actually addressing. We want to go to this other guy talking about it. See, so I have no idea what.
That's how we get the group talking points, Tommy. You have to go to be told what to think about it.
See, now I don't. Now, Top G, I have no idea. Well, really anything about you, but like you're reminding me of like Christian apologists who like when people like me say, well, I read this in the Bible and this seems like bullshit or this doesn't make sense or whatever. And they say, oh, or I just say, well, here's some of my problems with Christianity and their beliefs. And they say, oh, well, you need to read this theologian or you need to listen to this apologist because that's a really good, like, and I'm like, why doesn't going straight to the Bible work? Why isn't that enough? Why do I got to read this other person's commentary? It's like, apparently now we have apologists for Derek here, where apparently just going straight to him isn't enough. No, I got to go listen to somebody else talk about him. Got it. Anyway,
I think Non Sequitur might be a righty show. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right. Well. So yeah, if you want to keep commenting, I'm probably not going to pull them all up, but yeah, keep interacting. We appreciate it. Thank you, Top G.
Let's learn about finding out now.
All right, so here's the thing. Like, so first of all,
with Derek Forearms Lambert.
Yeah, it's like, what did you describe him? Like, seems like most of his pictures are like a forearm with a face.
Yes, most of it looks like it's like forearms wearing a head.
Yeah, that was it. Which, like, okay, just this right here. It's like, if I were to make like a parody YouTube channel about like some like patriot like news, like here's what's really going on in America, like this is exactly how I would design my header. Like this is the exact timeline, like not timeline, tagline I would use: for America, forever America. It seems like that's like the start of a thought that he didn't quite finish, but put it on there anyway. And then like this in this photo, like this legit looks like a parody photo. Like anyway, so
for America, forever America is almost a circular logic kind of thought stopping. It feels like. But it doesn't quite make the turn in my head for some reason. I read it and my brain just goes, oh, now I'm lost.
Yeah, so basically this is a channel he launched where he's going to be talking about current events. Now, keep that in mind. So Derek's wanting to talk about current events and let us know what's really happening based on what he's about to say. keep this in mind, what he's about to say right here.
See, I'm not very politically active. However, I think one of the major reasons the left lost during this recent Trump versus Kamala scenario is that people are not okay with this type of cancel culture. Also, before I hear any nonsense in the chat that I voted for Trump or Kamala.
It's like 2010 called. It wants its talking points back.
Oh. All right.
Also, factually incorrect. The research shows that it was because of a lack of a stance on Gaza, and
Yep.
that was mostly it. Like that kept a lot of people home. Yep. So
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to listen to you, Matt, but Top G is just cracking me all the way the fuck up. Every single atheist that switches over is like a PR disaster for you guys. This happens every single time. Okay, actually look up the numbers. They've done
he
research
hasn't
on this.
switched over from. I don't know where you're getting this. He's just been
No, but
using Christianese language.
okay, well, let's just say he's not even talking about Derek. Let's just say, like,
Okay.
in general, like all these atheists that are switching over, if they've actually, I wish I could remember the name of the study or where it came from, but like, look it up. Like, but I've seen the numbers. Like, it's like for every person who joins Christianity here in the States, it's like
Mhm.
for every one person that joins, 6 leave.
I like those numbers.
So,
Also,
or and globally, it's much worse.
yeah.
But imagine the day Matt Dillahunty finds God. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to have to imagine that. Once that actually happens, you might have a point. But until then, we're just imagining. Then, but I guess it sounds like it sounds like you're a Christian, maybe at least a theist. So I mean, maybe you're familiar with Imagination Land, but yeah.
And honestly, like if somebody decides to be Christian again, I don't care so much as long as it's not like a coercive denomination or something where they're like doing things that are like emotionally and mentally unhealthy for the person. Because there are some places like that that are just toxic. But in that case, I wouldn't be concerned because they're a believer again. I'd be concerned for just their general well-being. That's my real concern.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I still have plenty of friends and family who are Christian. I mean, my kids are Christian, and I'm like, okay, fine. But the idea that if someone like, I don't know why you're picking on Matt Dillahunty, and like, all right. But apparently, if Matt Dillahunty converts, then I guess we're all going to have to give up atheism. And
well, is he the new pope of atheism?
Yeah, because apparently
Dawkins got anti-woke.
Yeah, but yeah, so apparently, like atheism has just been literally reduced to a pill that's taken anally by Matt Dillahunty. Like, I don't even understand what you're saying. Like, so
what? Anal
like
atheism.
Top G, like
this
is so
creative.
typical. Like, I would recommend you actually get to know us, get our story, learn why we're atheist. Like, please, like, go back, like, past episodes on our channel. Like, our very first episode, we gave an intro. I did an episode last summer called Doubting Tommy that went through all my story. Matt was supposed to give more of his background last week, but he needed fucking back surgery, you dick.
Yeah. Man,
but
ruined everything.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to...
Because right now, you just kind of make your comments that come off as a little bigoted just because you're making generalizations based on things you don't know.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'll keep like looking at what you're saying, but until you say something that's like actually worthwhile to respond, then we're just going to keep going with the video here. All right. Where were we? So
I don't know. Derek was being Derek.
Oh yeah, so here, even though he's like started a new channel where he's going to be talking about current events, specifically politics, and what we should and what's really going on, but he's like, yeah, but I'm not politically involved.
Like, Kamala, I didn't vote at all. I honestly don't know what is best in the world of politics.
But he's gonna start a channel to tell us.
Well, maybe it's called Finding Out Now because like now he's gonna start finding out.
Okay, that's.
Like,
that's a charitable.
Ooh, how much you want to bet he's gonna like Bob Price is gonna be on there sharing all of his insights?
Ooh.
He's like, oh, you didn't want Bob on my channel? Well, fuck you guys. I'm starting a whole new channel that's just all Bob all the time.
All right, so.
It's just Jesus and Peter.
All right, so we're at almost 3.5 hours here. So, like, Matt, how you feeling? Like, you want to about how much more you think you want to keep going on this video?
I
Like
could go a little longer, but
all right. So I'm just kind of looking through the notes. Like,
yeah, there anything gold in there.
yeah, I mean, there's so much to talk about, but which maybe some of this stuff like we can just like kind of talk about and maybe don't need to necessarily show it. Like,
Okay.
oh yeah. So let's go to the part where he's talking about this guy named Daryl, I think, who was this like African American gentleman who started like befriending KKK members.
Yeah.
And actually started like flipping some of them, which is like super awesome. Like,
Yeah.
this dude like sounds like amazing. Like, I'd love to know more about his story. But all right, so it's about the 23. But this is him saying like, oh, well, this guy. See, this is basically Derek's like approach. Like, oh, when people are like having different opinions of you, like you shouldn't just be like trying to distance yourself. You should try to befriend them and try to help and fix them. It's like
you shouldn't say hell no when
right, yeah.
Except Bob's allowed to.
I'm reminded of the amazing human being, Daryl Davis, an African-American blues musician and activist.
Look him up.
He's known for his work in befriending members of the Ku Klux Klan, the KKK.
Ku Klux Klan, not clue. Get a fucking clue, dude.
Get a fucking diphthong, dude.
And ultimately convincing many to leave the organization after bonding with them over a period of 30 years. He has interviewed numerous KKK members, developed friendships, and facilitated their departure from the Klan by challenging their beliefs through dialogue and understanding. This is an extreme example of Klan members because Bob is nothing like that. He is not a Klan member.
Interesting how he wants the people in the woke atheist cult to do this, but then when he gave Bob the opportunity to do it, when he made that comment about the dead guy in the picture, Bob was like, "Hell no!" Apparently, that's reasonable, and we shouldn't expect Bob to do what Derek is asking. We should only expect the other side to do it.
Well, because you see, Matt, it's because Bob and Derek are the real victims here. So,
of course, the people with all the cultural power are the ones who are the victims. That's always how it works. The victims are always at the top.
All right. So I'll be honest, Top G. I'm only barely paying attention to you right now, but just because this is something I like to talk about, let's get our terms straight. Yes, let's do that. As Steve McRae has rightly pointed out, I'm love to hear what he's rightly pointing out. Atheism is not simply okay.
Have your own ideas, guy.
Then he has not rightly pointed that out. if he's saying atheism is simply a lack of belief, like it's atheist, like amoral. Amoral is not immoral. Okay? Remember that. Atheist just means it's a lack of theism. Now, that so-called lack-theism position, often used to dodge epistemic accountability. No, it's not used to dodge epistemic accountability. It's used to just acknowledge that we just don't know.
We're not making a positive. We're not making we're not making an affirmation of something. We're just saying like we are unconvinced. We do not believe in your claim.
Oh yeah, here's the thing. He's saying like atheism is not simply a lack of belief, and yet that's precisely the definition the ACA proudly broadcasts. So he's saying like, so that's not how it's defined, even though the people who identify that as that's how they define it, but that's not how it's like. Stop telling us how to define ourselves, dude.
But because this McRae guy defines it a certain way, he's right. You shouldn't listen to everyone who actually who lacks the belief. You should listen to the person who has the belief. Describe them.
right? Anyway, so I am growing weary of Top G. So
Yeah, man, you're not saying anything new. Like, this is all stuff we've heard before, and you like, do you feel a compulsion to try to save us? Like, what's happening?
yeah, so this whole thing, like it like about it, like us trying to dodge the burden of proof. It's like no, we're not
We
trying to
literally
dodge
don't
it.
have it. We literally don't have the burden of
It
proof.
yeah, it's literally just acknowledging that we don't have it, and us acknowledging that nobody actually knows. So we're just like, okay, if you want to try to convince me, feel free, but I'm not there
If
with you.
anybody's trying to dodge the burden of proof, it's theists who try to put their burden of proof on us. Like, you're making the positive
Uh,
claim. Like, you have the burden of proof. All we have to do is say whether we are convinced or unconvinced, believe it or not believe it, and like, we don't have to prove the alternate. Like, that's
okay,
unless
and
somebody says there is no God. Okay, then maybe there's some burden of proof. That's more of a positive claim.
yeah. Yeah, but also like, because I will like something. This is something I've talked about before. I do kind of consider myself a strong atheist or positive atheist, in that, like, yeah, if I'm honest, I would say I believe that no gods exist. But when it comes to like burden of proof, like the burden of proof only falls on me in as much as I give a shit if you agree with me or not, which I don't.
Well,
So
and that's your perception that there is no God,
yeah,
right? As far
yeah,
as your
like that's what
experience
like
goes, there is no God.
yeah, and especially to borrow from like Christian ideology, you know, you show your beliefs and what your faith really is by how you live. And I live my life as if no gods exist, so that's what I really believe. If you agree with me, I really don't care. So
At
whatever.
this point,
And
I
you keep
think
bringing up like all these other shows, like shows like the Atheist Experience, Talk Heathen, like they're doing all these things. I don't even know these shows. I don't watch them. I don't care. So you trying to say these specific people I'm calling out represent atheism? Like I don't give a shit, dude.
they
But thanks for
represent
all the comments
themselves.
and the interaction. It's boosting
Yeah,
us in the algorithm. I appreciate the hell out of it.
but it's
Like I'm
hijacking
not even.
the stream a bit.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even reading your comments anymore, dude. But keep them coming. Anyway, all right, where were we? So we're at 23:55.
People like this
Yeah,
kind of strike me as almost like marketing bots, like cross show marketing
yeah,
bots in a way.
hmm yeah. So yeah, prove you're not a bot and like submit like a super chat or send us some money or something. Anyway, all right, so back to the whole like, all right, so this guy like, so he was like befriending the KKK, and like that's really what I'm trying to do with Bob. It's like let's see if that analogy actually tracks.
His own uncle was killed by the Klan. If Daryl sees
Oh yeah, so he's talking about Bob.
Yeah,
His uncle, I guess, was killed by the Klan. It's like he can't be a racist. He had an uncle that was killed by the KKK. Like,
and he doesn't say that. I don't think he says it exactly here, but he does bring this up again later, and as like a reason why Bob couldn't be racist, which is like even further removed from like the classic one of like, oh yeah, they have black friends, like they can't be racist. It's like,
right?
his,
Yeah.
his
So
uncle was killed by a Klan member, like he can't be racist. I'm like, why doesn't? Maybe he agreed with the. I
yeah.
don't
See,
know.
here's how I like to respond to people who say, well, I can't be racist because like I like black people, I like Asian people, I like Hispanic people, whatever. Okay, I like dogs. I
Which
still see them as below me hierarchically. And
yeah,
I care about other people more than I care about dogs. Like I
yeah,
like this beer that I'm drinking, but if it's like between like, do I get to like finish this beer or like save a human person's life? I'm chucking the beer and saving the person. Like, but I like the beer. It's like I still don't value it as much as I do other people. So just saying I like people of a different skin color means I'm not racist. Like that doesn't mean shit.
yeah. You're like, I'm not racist. I just think white people are better.
Yeah, especially it's like, no, I like, because here's the thing. Most of the time when people say, well, I have friends that are black or I have friends that are Asian or whatever, it's like, yeah, it's like you like these people like when they act more like you.
Yes.
That's really
Yeah.
what it is a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking that earlier today about just family members of mine, and they really don't know what to do with people who act more black, as they might call it.
Okay, I'm mostly ignoring you now, but like I just love this. It's like, okay, like I don't use
Oh my
Reddit or
gosh, you're like
Twitter.
writing a book down there or something,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I do block people, but it has nothing. But mostly, it has nothing to do with atheism. It's more just like people who just annoy me, kind of like you. But I'm not going to block you because again, you're helping the algorithm. Like I don't even use Reddit or Twitter, so like, it's... oh well.
I think what you're
Keep
just
trying though.
describing. I think what you're describing is just uh, culture of humanity just prunes things from itself that it deems unuseful or a threat. It's not. It's just a natural thing that happens. It's not a conspiracy. It's just people don't like what you're selling.
Yeah, no, I'm only pointing this out because I'm taking it as an opportunity to brag on ourselves. Like to show you how non-dogmatic we are. Like go back and like look at our channel, look at the people we've had on the show. Of all the guests we've only had one that actually identifies as atheist. And that's our good buddy Jimmy. We've even had people on who identify as Christian, but like we don't give a shit. Like we'll just talk to people. We don't care. Like I said, like my kids are Christian, most of my family is still Christian, a lot of my friends are still Christian, and I'm like, okay, fine.
I don't know how you get that we're dogmatic from what we've been saying.
Yeah, seriously, like no, seriously, keep commenting, but also go back and like watch our episodes. Both will help us out immensely. We appreciate it.
I mean, both Tommy and I are autistic, and we both have our own demand avoidance things where like we don't like dogma, and we don't like rules about like how people are supposed to think.
Yeah, that's literally why we're not Christian anymore. Like,
it's not in our nature.
Anyway,
now we would argue points. We did debate things when we were Christians, and we would have like little like pet things. But it was more like I think what bothers more is when somebody wasn't thinking logically.
Right.
That's what bothered us more than anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, well, let's get back to this dude. Like, what was he talking about? Let's see. Let's back him up just a little bit.
Extreme example of Klan members. Because Bob is nothing like that. He is not a Klan member. His own uncle was killed by the Klan. If Daryl sees Klan members as people worth befriending, how much more should this group befriend Bob if they believe what they claim they represent?
A little tacit admission almost here, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm assuming Top G here is responding to Derek here because I completely agree. Boring.
Yeah.
Thanks, Top G. Keep it coming. It's like, okay, like, but so Derek, the point that Derek is trying to make here is, well, if this guy Daryl was willing to befriend KKK members to try to like convert them away from their way of thinking, he's like, then shouldn't you be doing this, like taking this approach with this guy Bob, who I don't think should change his way of thinking anyway, but this is what, like, and even when I approached him, I said, hey, maybe you should change your way of thinking, but he said, hell no, and I was like, hey, you have a point. It's like these are not the same thing.
And why aren't you seeking to understand from the other side? Maybe he did. Maybe he did try to understand from the people who were like, maybe you shouldn't platform a racist guy. Just one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah. Oh, but it gets better. Let him cook.
The good guys. They claim to be good people. Why aren't they showing it? Do their words defy who they are?
They are showing
What?
it by distancing themselves from somebody
Wait.
who's racist.
Wait. But do their words defy who they are?
Are they saying
What does
like
that mean?
because they're saying they're distancing themselves from you and your channel, that means they're not actually good people? Because
I
good
don't know.
people wouldn't distance themselves from racist things. But he's not really racist, Tommy. That's the whole point. It's all
Right,
in their head.
because he literally said he wasn't. So
Right. I
Right.
mean, just ask a
No.
racist person. You racist? And they'll be like, no. Oh, problem solved. Like,
no, but wait, his story gets better.
Kindness kills, and this cult could really use some.
some killing or some kindness.
Like, okay, this is one of those things. Like, if this was like on a live stream and he was just like speaking completely off the cuff and said something like that, I'd be like, okay, maybe he just missed what. No, this is a video that I at least hope he scripted. Like, it's definitely something he should have scripted. But he sat down and recorded and edited, clearly, as you can see with this like awkward transition that I paused during, but don't feel bad about it all. But he says his words are, okay, kindness kills, and this cult, meaning like the cult of atheism, could use some kindness. It's like, dude.
So it gets killed?
So here's the thing. I know that Derek doesn't actually want any of these people to be killed. Like, okay, I know that's not what he's saying, like, clearly. But this is just more like this, just the showing of like how. Hey, dude, did you think about any of this? Like, how much actual thought did you put in any of this before you recorded fucking 51 and a half minutes of. Yeah. This is why, like.
The tone is like, okay, we need to end the cult of atheism, but none of that is befriending the cult of atheism. None of that is like understanding the so-called cult of atheism. None of that is what he just described. People should do to Bob, or for Bob. Now he's back to. Man, this really is like the right-hand path, like colonial thinking, perpetual victim regardless of power structure kind of thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, power structure. That's a big. That's something that's like big in like all of this, and as much as like. It seems like he just doesn't understand like those dynamics where he's like going back to how he's like, well, they're both like political extremists. I don't see what the difference is. Like, well, yeah, of course you don't. But man, it's pissing me off so much. I'm losing my train of thought. And then like Top G keeps talking, which I appreciate, but
I do wonder if he's gonna clip things from like us laughing at like making fun of of things that he says.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, look how awful they are, and then we get like a bunch of bad press and but like if we actually say,
like these like seriously. Yeah, seriously, these comments are coming in so quickly. I'm wondering, like, are you okay?
Like, yeah, did we trigger an episode? Are you having a manic fit? I'm kind of like mostly serious.
Yeah, like this is.
Did you take a deep breath and call someone?
Yeah, like we're both like on the channel, like both me and Matt, like we're huge proponents. Like I'm not like being sarcastic or joking here at all. Like,
no.
Huge proponents of like seeking like professional mental. We both see therapists. Like
I was hospitalized the end of last year for depression. So like, Like, we want you to be okay.
Yeah. And I mean, not to be like hypocritical and like judging you is like I'm saying like you're kind of like prematurely judging us, but like if I'm being honest, it kind of seems like you're not quite okay. But hey, I could be completely wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're fine, and this is just you having fun on a Wednesday night and trolling people, but whatever. But yeah, this is something. Anyway, let's see. What else do we have on here? Oh yeah, so yeah, killing them with kindness, which is apparently a thing we need. Okay, so here, okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to a point he made where, again, trying to justify why he still thinks associating with Bob is like a good idea. Let's see here.
And again, be friends with him. I'm not saying don't be friends with him. We're just saying
Yeah.
like, there are consequences for just
Right.
The Bible differently. By the way, one comment. Bob's a perfect stepping stone for conservatives. You would think logistically a wise move for people who want to see deconversion happen from people who are on the right, conservative Christians. If he's a Trump supporter or a conservative, wouldn't you think they would listen to him a little more and maybe actually gravitate toward him being a process, a stepping stone toward the direction you want?
Okay, if we haven't made this clear, so Bob Price is a Jesus mythicist, as in he believed Jesus was not, like, just never existed, like there was no Jesus of Nazareth, like not just that he wasn't God, like he just plain didn't exist. How the fuck is that a stepping stone for conservative Christians?
Maybe it's maybe it's because of his other Bible stuff that he teaches.
I don't know. That was just something that like stood out to me, but I just was like, what? All right.
It just seems like a
So
lateral. It's just like not really a stepping stone. It's just on another timeline.
Right. Yeah. So let's skip ahead. So this is more Derek talking about the problem of like how he didn't realize pronouns were such a big deal.
Within the past few months, really since the beginning, I've tried to rekindle my relationship with Bob, but really, really recently, because he was very important. I wanted him to know that, and that he never actually harmed me other than my feeling that he did when he wouldn't apologize. But was it really to me?
So he did.
Some groups will claim he has.
He didn't harm me except for when I felt like he did. It's tough.
Oh, dude,
Usually...
this isn't a PR disaster. Like we're just having fun with it, and we're thinking this is he's providing us such a great example of like a bigger picture. Like this is the problem with more like right wing, red pill, whatever you want to call this kind of thinking. Like this isn't a PR disaster for atheism. Like we're fine. We're just saying
also,
can you believe this?
Also, he hasn't said that he's not an atheist anymore.
Yeah, he's actually said like he is. I think he actually even said he is still an atheist. So,
right.
Okay.
He's been using a lot of Christian language, I think, to game the algorithm.
All right.
And
so, but if you don't mind, Top G, if you wouldn't like, just let us know like where you are. Are you theist, Christian, other kind of thing, and also what you're drinking tonight? We'd like to know that too from the crowd. So.
Yep, my third drink was the Gosling's ginger beer.
Ooh.
Because, like I said before, no alcohol tonight because the meds for the back surgery wouldn't cooperate with that.
Right, but
he has harmed them deeply. Maybe they are hurt, but these are the same people who are also deeply hurt for misgendering someone.
Easy, buddy.
Yeah, where he's like, oh, that's basically him saying, oh, these people are claiming to be hurt, but they also claim to be hurt by misgendering. It's like, that
and
just shows...
How could that hurt someone?
Like, that just shows, like, yeah, that just how much he just does not understand what people in that community experience.
It is not hard to learn. Like, you don't even need to talk to an actual trans person. If that weirds you out, you could just learn online or look at YouTube videos. Like, there are plenty of great explanations for why this seemingly innocuous thing actually is damaging for people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, just the way he phrased that was like, oh, that might have been the thing that like pissed me off the most in this entire video, if I'm honest. Or he's like, he's almost using that as like an insult. Like they get upset over pronouns and misgendering. It's like yeah,
This
because
feels
that's a
like
serious thing.
this feels like a pointed. I was gonna say attack, but this was meant to hurt. I think people like Josh Bowen, his wife, people who have contacted him separately, personally, for things, and have to explain to him how like damaging this can be. He's had this explained to him. There's no way he hasn't.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like a hurtful fuck you to those people who talk to him about this, because he knows better, and he's being hurtful on purpose, and he's hurting their people on purpose by doing this. The people that they stand for and support. Like this is a fuck you to everybody in that group, the allies
Right.
and the people they're supporting, and if that's the case, if I'm right, that's a petty vindictive thing to do. That's not a good guy thing to do.
Right. Yeah, real quick. Oh, you guys want to know what my position is? Well, I take the same position as Jordan Peterson. I still want to know what your position is, because that doesn't help.
No, I like that God is conscience. God is whatever you claim him to be, that also makes whoever you're talking to a believer.
Oh, but man, so this person who literally like doesn't know us, like just met us, like says we're clearly not fine. Opposed to what like my actual like professional therapist who like says I'm doing great,
Yeah.
and other people who like actually know me, and even I myself, like man. But this like stranger on the internet says I'm not fine.
I mean, if this makes you feel good about yourself, I guess go ahead. But like,
and also Kool-Aid beer sounds gross. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Is this you trying to be mean because you're bad at it?
Yeah. So here's the thing, like, and I've said this to other people who've commented, like, you're lucky we actually are fine. Because for people who aren't, this is a really shitty thing to say. And this kind of thing can do a lot of actual damage to people. So I would caution you to be really careful about that in the future. Please, like, in all seriousness, please be careful about throwing stuff like that out.
If somebody's questioning hurting themselves and you say something like this, you are now helping that happen.
No.
Yeah. So be careful.
Yeah. For real. So, like that, as much as I say I appreciate your interaction is helping with the algorithm, like, but if your interaction is going to look more like this, and just fuck all the way off. I don't care about the algorithm. Like, you're going to do more harm than good. Seriously.
And that's not because you made us upset. That's because you're doing things that are bad for people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, anything more like that, I might have to disallow further interaction. Yeah.
Especially since he probably wasn't paying attention because he was doing his like book typing down there. But I did mention a little earlier that I was hospitalized for depression the end of last year. So like saying shit like that could be a problem.
All right. Well, with that comment, adios, motherfucker. So sorry.
Well,
Oh, sorry. I'm like, but I'll put this back up. Yeah. Kip does budget scripture Saturday. Yes, that is also true. But yeah. Anyway. All right.
I didn't even get what he said there. He's like, he was like, I would feel so bad if you were hurt. Was that what he was saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and then he like had like the eye roll emoji. I don't know because I blocked him, so all his comments went away. So anyway.
Wow, what a despicable human being.
I know. But thanks for for that little short boost that you provided to us in the algorithm. But yeah, now I'm glad all your words are no longer visible for anyone else to read and possibly be harmed by. So
Man.
fuck off. All right.
Man.
Was there anything else in this section of Derek? Let's see.
That's what happens.
Let me give you a real example.
When people start. That's what happens when people start to think empathy is toxic.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it'd be funny if you died. Like, okay, bye forever.
Yeah.
You asshole.
No, but Derek's going to give us an example of how
good.
crazy these gender ideology people are.
I personally have had this experience. I went to an
my
atheist
goodness.
conference hosted by my friend Thomas Westbrook, where I met another great.
Also, shout out Thomas Westbrook, Holy Kool-Aid channel on
Yeah.
YouTube. That was my like atheism gateway. If I could nail it down to a certain thing, it was
Yeah, I
his
watched some early
videos.
on.
Yeah, it was his videos on like how like Bible history fails or whatever that like really started getting me to think about like, oh, maybe this stuff isn't true. So shout out to Thomas. Love you, dude. Even if you have no idea who the hell we are, but you are big for me. So I appreciate that.
Wait, I gotta make a comment about where he's like his viewpoints are the same as Jordan Peterson. First of all, that is an even bigger dodge than trying to nail down what Jordan Peterson believes.
Right?
No, like that's like it's like 2 degrees of separation and confusion. Jordan Peterson's whole deal is avoiding avoiding having anyone find out what he really believes. That's his whole shtick. And during that Jubilee debate, there was a guy who tried to nail it down, and he did get rude, but it was funny.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the one you're talking about, but I haven't seen the whole thing. I've just seen like clips. There's one guy where he was like getting like really like digging at him, and Jordan's like, boy, you're really something, aren't you? It's like, yeah, I am really something, and you're really nothing.
It's like you're really quite something, aren't you? And he goes, yes, and you're really quite nothing, aren't you? Because basically you won't tell me what you believe.
Yeah, it's
It's like,
see,
oh shit, that was awesome. I mean,
it was.
rude. It's not.
I mean, yeah, he was absolutely being a dick, but I totally approve. Which, like, if I were ever to talk to Jordan, because, like, I mean, this probably will never happen. I don't see why it would, but because, like, people will ask him questions like, "Do you believe like Jesus Christ really existed? Do you believe he really like literally rose from the dead and walked out of the tomb, or you think he was like really crucified or whatever?" And he's like, I don't even know how to answer these questions. Like, but they're asking him just like literal, historical, factual questions. Like, do you think this actually happened? Now, whatever he thinks like ethereally or spiritually, like what was really going on, like they're just asking him about like a real human person and did these actual events happen to him? So if I were to ever talk to him, I would start by just asking him questions like, oh, so I'm not familiar with you. Just want to get to like, where were you born? Like, where did you go to college? What did you say? And he would probably just answer, I was born in this city. I went to this college and studied this and this. And I'd be like, okay, was that so hard? Like, just answer the questions that people are asking. Like, that's really
like,
all.
Like, as you define being a Christian, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what my definitions are. I'm asking you, according to you yourself, are you a Christian?
Right. All right. So
like, well, I have what might be called Christian beliefs. And it's like, no, are you a Christian?
Yeah. All right. So we're almost 4 hours here. Was there anything else in the video that we just like really wanted to
Uh,
hone in on, or?
no. I mean, no. Are we bad people?
Yeah. So like, I'm just kind of looking through our notes here. Like, so yeah. So this is. Well, I guess I'll just finish through this little example since we're already here. But
Great guy, Stephen Woodford.
yeah. So he's meeting with these
Rationality
people
rules.
at a
We were in the
atheist
hotel
convention.
lobby chatting, and while I was speaking about a story, I guess I accidentally misgendered someone. I didn't know what I did. I come from a world where men are boys and they have penises, and
Men are
women
boys.
have vaginas and can give birth. This is all so new and honestly strange to me. I cannot remember if it was a she, he, or they. The person flipped.
Okay. So again, like that's like an understandable position where you're like, okay, this is all new to me. Like, this is what I
Yeah.
grew up with knowing. Like, but but from there, you should be approaching the situation with like, oh, I didn't know. Please let me know where I'm wrong. But he's like, well, this is where I'm at, so you should just accept it and be fine with whatever bullshit I say coming from this experience. Like,
Do you think that's what he's saying?
I think so.
Flipped
But
the fuck out on me. I was embarrassed, and Stephen Woodford looked at me feeling bad. He knew that this was
yeah, so basically he was saying like, I guess he misgendered someone, and it's also unclear if he's saying he just like misgendered someone else, like he's telling a story, or if he misgendered a person who was there. But he said
It sounds
someone
like
there
he
like,
misgendered the individual that was there.
yeah, and he said like, so first of all, what he says is like they flipped out, and like, first of all, like, what does that actually mean? Does it mean they like actually flipped out, or they just like very like sternly like corrected him? Because hey, like, because again, that's showing like no empathy for where that person is coming from. Like, he's not saying anything about like what their history was. Like, have they been like the recipient of a lot of abuse in the form of being misgendered, or just like people not
Or are
like?
they an advocate for other individuals like them who have been? Um, clearly it was a very sensitive topic for this person. Not everybody who's misgendered uh, reacts that way or feels that strongly about it every time. All the what just
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and yeah, again, he's just having this attitude of where it's like he's starting in what is kind of a good point and saying, okay, well, I'm just ignorant. I don't know. It's like, okay, that's understandable. But then he's coming from this position. It seems like his approach is like, well, I don't know, so you shouldn't expect me to learn, basically. Or, yeah, I don't know. But because he actually, we won't play this because, like I said, we've already been going for like super long, and people are still watching though. But so we appreciate that.
wow.
Yeah. People who are still watching, like, please let us know, like in the chat, like if you have any questions, if you've seen this video, if there's any other parts of it you want us to cover. Like, I think there might be like this, maybe one more clip I might actually want to watch, but or just let us know what you're drinking. But yeah, there's another point in the video where he talks about a stream that Dr. Josh was on, and this lady, a Heathen Queen, which is like one of the people he called out as being part of the cult. I guess in the chat, Heathen Queen pointed out, it's like, oh, this live stream, like this panel, it's like it's all white men. It's like, where like other kinds of voices? And I guess Dr. Josh responded, basically being like very apologetic, like, oh crap, you're right. Like, that is a problem. I'm sorry. Like, but Derek here is like, why did he do that? Why did he respond like that? Like, it's like him just like bowing to the pressure and the woke mob and everything. It's like, no, Derek, like that's what you do.
So
Like,
I understand that's what it looks like to you, but understand other people's perspectives, and also you can explain like you didn't see a problem with it. I don't understand why there's a problem with it, and like they could say, well, it's because pretty much typically always there's It's white men talking about these kinds of topics, and there are
Yeah.
a lot of women, and there are a lot of well, fewer minorities in the group, uh, from LGBTQ minority, racial minorities, um, but because everybody, especially when you're talking about theological stuff or Bible stuff, because everybody brings their own cultural context to it, there's there's other things that can be added to the conversation, different perceptions on things that could be picked up that wouldn't have been picked up because yes, white men do have a very similar perspective.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, just like I think that juxtaposition of reactions to being told like, hey, the way you're talking about that, this is insensitive, or the way you're not including these voices is like maybe problematic, and like, but yeah, where I think Dr. Josh, like I haven't seen like the stream he's talking about, but even just the way he described it, and it's like the way he just was describing it was almost trying to make it sound like extra bad, but even in his like potentially exaggerated representation of it, I was like, yeah, that's what Josh should have done. Like,
Well, and Josh is
but,
apologetic almost to a fault. Like
right,
he he's he's very careful about other people's experience. Uh,
right.
so
But I mean, but
yeah,
if you're gonna err one way or the other, like that's the way to err. Like on the side of making sure other people are good, and I'm not being like the overpowering, domineering voice in the room. But Derek's like, no, man, don't back down. It's like, yeah,
what's wrong with this all being like, okay, nothing inherently. However, might not be anything necessarily inherently wrong with it all being white men. Uh, Different viewpoints are helpful, and giving people a leg up where it might normally be all white men, like,
mm-hmm.
but like they are equally qualified or sometimes more qualified.
Right,
Like there's plenty of people he's had
yeah,
on his own channel, like women who had expertise that like no one else had. Like they were specialists.
mm-hmm.
Uh, and maybe if you weren't looking for, if somebody wasn't looking for somebody to swap in for a white guy, maybe you wouldn't come across these people.
Right, yeah. So it's yeah. So I guess all things being equal, having a panel of like just a bunch of white guys is fine, but that's the thing. All things are not equal.
Correct. Yeah, power
So
structures exist.
yeah. So, I mean, if you don't recognize that, I mean,
Then you are protected by the power structure, most likely.
yeah. I mean, good for you, but yeah. I mean, as much as I hate cliches and like using cliche phrases, but in this case, it just seems most appropriate. Like, educate yourself, please. All right.
Did we solve
All right. Just look. Let's look it through our nose. Okay, there's one more section I want to hit. So we're skipping the whole section with like Neil from Gnostic Informant. So if people want to go back and watch this video and watch this segment with Neil and let me know if he ever actually made a fucking point, let me know, because I didn't find one in like his whole freaking whatever. So it was just one of the dumbest sections of anything I've ever seen. All right, but there's one more thing that like Derek says here, like
Man,
towards
we're
the
not
end.
pulling any punches, are we?
I mean, I'm not anyway, but
No, just when that
yeah,
person made a comment earlier about like, but Derek, was crying and like you guys are laughing, and I was like, I'm not laughing at his crying, and I'm saying we're not. In my mind, they're separate things. Like his arm tattoo, funny stuff that we were on about in the beginning. Like, I'm not hateful on his family or anything. It's just
No.
it is strange to me, and therefore funny. And also, I'm autistic, and sometimes I can separate funny things from the people that they are attached to, and yeah, I get offensive sometimes, but like, not because I want bad things for you.
Right. Yeah. Right. But speaking of bad things for people, let's watch just one more section here.
World, and I would never give up on my mom. It reminds me of some people in this cult who suggest in their communities that they should separate from their family members because those family members are Christians. Their family members need punishment for their beliefs because they feel oppressed by these beliefs.
Hold on now. Ooh, you conflated things there. You almost got at the truth.
Like, because it's like in his mind, it's like, how can you feel oppressed by family members who are Christian if you're not Christian? Like it's like in his mind, it's like, again, this is like him signaling being such a place of privilege where he just does not understand. Like, because so he's no longer Christian. I guess he has family members who are Christian, and he's talked about like his story. Like there is some tension there, but it sounds like he hasn't experienced what a lot of other people have experienced who have left Christianity from a Christian family, and it does not go very well for them.
And they did not leave these families because if he's talking about what I think he's talking about, these people didn't leave their families because their families are still Christian. It's because their families' Christian beliefs caused them to try to impose themselves on their non-Christian family member. And I think in most of the cases where people have to cut ties that severely, it's because whenever they are, it's because the person who's leaving the family is queer, and the family continues to make derogatory comments about who they are, continues to try to convince them they're not. It just, you can't be around someone who invalidates who you are as a person routinely. It's not healthy.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, like something I've like said so many times, like I so appreciate about my family, like since I deconverted, like vast majority of my family is still Christian, but like really not much has changed. Like they don't, like obviously like no one's disowned me, no one's excommunicated me. Like, yeah, they still love me, they still accept me, they still support me. Like when we get together, like it's really just okay. We just don't really talk about religion or faith. Like we just get together and just hang out and talk about other stuff. It's like, so.
And people leave because the relationship is toxic, not because the person has different beliefs.
Yeah, so on both sides, like neither of us are like, oh, well, this person believes differently now, so now we need to separate. Like, no, it's like that's not what it is. It's like, I mean, put yourself in the shoes, like seriously, of someone who has deconverted. Like everyone I know who like that actually has been their situation where like they've deconverted and have had to separate from their family. Like none of them are happy about it.
Yeah.
Like none of them wanted that to happen. It's like try to imagine how bad it must be for a person to have to make that decision. Have some fucking empathy. God damn it.
If it's too far removed from his experience, it sounds like he struggles with that a lot. But a way to, if somebody struggles with that, with having empathy beyond their immediate sphere of understanding, talk to people and
Right.
hear their story, have them explain it to you, and trust that truly is their experience, even if
Mm-hmm.
it's very different from your own and doesn't make sense to you.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
the more you hear about their experience, the more you'll automatically kind of relate it to your own in some way. You'll be like, oh, that's like when this happens to me.
Yeah.
Unless they
Well,
connect with somebody personally, they can't.
right. So, I mean, was there anything else in the video you wanted to discuss? Otherwise, I'm fine with getting his dumb, stupid face off my screen. Just looking at the notes, there's things like,
Why were we compelled to respond? Normally we wouldn't have given a shit. Is it?
yeah. Well, I'll go ahead and yeah, like I think it was mostly like I think beyond like the specific like drama and like situations that he was talking about. I think it was like just the larger issues of just how some people in Derek's position and honestly like in our position in a lot of cases as well.
Trying to get my
Like
camera right. Okay.
yeah,
It's on a bendy stick.
it's like some people just don't understand what it's like to be someone who's not as privileged as they are. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of it really boils down to. And it's like he's like, I don't. It's basically in all these things that like Derek and Bob or whatever's like, I don't understand why all these people are being upset. It's like, yeah, right, you don't understand. So fucking listen, learn, try to understand. Don't just say, "Oh, these people are in a cult. I'm just gotta like separate myself from them. They're toxic." It's like,
If you're somewhere else
yeah,
in the power structure hierarchy of society, you in a way you're kind of trapped there. Like there are it's not impossible to like move beyond it or outside of it. But in a lot of ways you're constrained there. Um, and that is not a good feeling. No human being likes to feel less than, like institutionally less than.
yep,
Um,
yep,
it's like where it feels like no matter what you do, there's a limit on how much better it can get.
right,
Like with, I'm not working right now. I can't work probably for up to 6 weeks. I'm self-employed. We do get some assistance from the government already. Uh, I could apply for SSI disability, which can be temporary, but if I can't work very much, like for the rest of my life, then I could get SSI disability. But it takes like easily at least 6 months to start receiving benefits, right? Or payments. Well, in the meantime, that's that's a lot of potential hardship. Um, it, and there's a limit how much money I can make just with my education background. Even though I'm like stupid smart, I'm not gonna brag, but I am. But I
it's
didn't finish
true.
college, and I really only have a high school diploma.
Yeah, but
uh,
so finally a good comment to point out. So cafe, and I'm first of all
oh,
like
thank you.
I don't know which I hope more if that's your real name or if this is taken from Majora's Mask. That's an awesome game and one of the greatest side quests in video game history. But yeah,
I
thank you so
couldn't
much.
finish that game. That
See,
was
I
hard.
only did because I had a guide, so like but yeah, I love you guys. Appreciate your time tonight. Thanks for showing out, Matt. Hope you get better, brother. Yeah,
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
I, I echo that. I also appreciate our time tonight. I mean, no,
No,
I'm being a dick. Yeah, so
I expect to be back to normal with just limited. I'll be doing more light contracting work instead of the medium duty stuff I was doing.
Yeah, but thanks. And also, and cafe, and I apologize. I mean, since I said it both ways, I'm at least mispronouncing it at least once. But yeah, thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah. And also apologize. Like, I don't believe I've seen you in the chat before, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. Like, I guess keep tuning in, I guess, or tell your friends, if you feel comfortable with that. But yeah.
So do you think I think what bothered me about what Derek was saying and why I was like, I got things to say, was the aggressive ignorance.
Right. Yeah. Because I think what it really boiled
the
down.
confidence
Yeah.
with which he said a lot of nonsense.
Right. Yeah. I get, for me, it was, and I think that's something I said to you, is like,
I also
really
think it was
all.
designed to provoke a response.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So you're
just
welcome.
playing along.
Yeah, but hey, we needed something to talk about tonight, and easing you back in, from your time off. This seemed like yeah. But so my thing, and I think there's something I said to you, like as we were talking about tonight. It's like, really, for all that Derek really needed to say in this video, it could have been just like 30 seconds. Like, really, all he needed to say was like, look, this guy, Bob Price, yeah, I know he said some controversial things in the past, but look, he's my friend. He's been my mentor. He means a lot to me. I'm going to keep having him on my channel. People want to talk to me about stuff beyond that, fine. But this is what I'm doing, whatever. It's like, that's literally all he needed to say. But the fact, but like I said, I don't really care about like the drama like between him and Chrissy and Heathen Queen and like whatever beef Neil has with them for no fucking reason. But
Man, Neil's just not worth your time at all tonight, is he?
Yeah, I wanted to, like, if it wasn't for the fact that we've already gone over 4 hours, I would have gone into it because it amused me so much how stupid that was. But
like, what is he even talking about?
Yeah, like that's literally like the text I sent Matt, like after I watched the video, when I told him like that we're like, when we said, yeah, we're going to talk about that, so he was going to be watching it. I basically told him, yeah, watch the whole segment with Neil and let me know if you think he actually made a point in any of that. But anyway, but yeah, it's the fact that he brought in all these other topics and like he basically made the thing bigger than it needed to be in so many ways. But yeah, it just, his attitude towards all of these issues is so emblematic of like way too many other people in culture right now that are like, I mean, whether any of these people see this or this makes a difference, I don't know, but like we just felt like we needed to talk about it for, yeah. And so yeah, if
triggering people for the sake of views, and I feel like there's like a whole right wing culture that has just been established based on triggering people and getting the chaos bots from other countries to just amplify their shit, like just because it's destructive.
Right. And even if like Derek or like other people like him like aren't being like intentionally triggering, it's like, in a way, like I don't know if that's really any better that they're doing this like unintentionally, because like they still need, because if that's the case, then they need to know like, hey, these things that you're saying are triggering like for these reasons, and like this is why this is affecting these certain groups of people when you say shit like this. So yeah, if
there's like a whole manner of a whole style of communication that's developed around what seems like garbage that like bot trolls would say, just online, just like dumb shit. Now human
Yeah.
beings are saying the same kind of stuff. It's like human beings have been trained by bots on Twitter to say dumb, destructive shit, and now that's just
Yeah.
like that's like a hobby, and that's what they think is funny. And like, you guys are you're the algorithm has control of you.
Right. Yeah. So, well, I guess on that note, I don't know, other than the benediction, I guess. Any other thoughts you wanted to say, or I'll just
I don't know. Uh, This is all this shit's expected. I mean, as white
unfortunately.
people become even more of a minority in the United States, like they're gonna get more and more scared, and it's gonna get more and more racist, and people are gonna do dumb shit. People who like in other contexts could have been good people are gonna think they're being the good guys,
Yep.
and they're gonna be like Nazi adjacent. Um, it's just how this part of America's story goes. But the good news is it's happening this way because it's going away, at least as a strong cultural force. This is it trying to survive
Mm-hmm.
because it knows it's dying, um, and eventually to peter out and become like this weird subculture nobody wants to be in except for like the weird kids. But yeah,
Yeah.
until then.
Yeah.
Although we're gonna have to process it.
Well,
and teach our kids to be different than that.
Yep. All right. Well, but speaking of being here to process it, I mean, that's kind of what we do.
It was a
So
little
thanks.
traumatic. It was a little traumatic here, like seeing Derek do all that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I trusted you to tell me things in the past, and to not suddenly be a prick, like while you're talking about things. And now you do this, and
Right.
I'm like, I'm a little personally hurt.
Yeah, like one of the things I told Matt is like as I was watching this, like I was almost like in disbelief that like this was actually a real thing that I was really watching. Because also
Yeah.
like as an autistic person, like I'm not used to being able to at least like my brand of autism because like, it's a whole spectrum, it's different things for different people. For me, it's like I'm not used to being able to so quickly and easily and confidently saying that this person's being a real dick. It's like, and this is like one of the fucking cringiest things I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, usually I'm a little more like, okay, that's what I'm thinking, but is that really true? Like, I feel like I need to check with, but like, no, like I said, like less than 15 minutes in, I was like, this is the dumbest, cringiest video I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it was
But
rather impressive how consistently cringe it was.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that was something. Anyway, I think we probably talked enough about it.
yeah, so yeah, so but please, like anyone, like if you're watching now and still want to leave some comments, or you're watching on replay, let us know what you think. Like, were we wrong about something? Were we misinterpreting something? Did you think we were just like fucking amazing about something? We love to hear about that too.
Yeah.
But
Even if you
yeah,
thought we were like a jerk about something, you can let us know about that too. Because
yeah,
we could have been. We were probably aware that we were being a jerk, but it
or
was
at least
funnier.
at least for me, I would add unjustifiably being a jerk because I'm okay being a jerk
Okay.
if it's warranted, but that's just speaking for
Yeah.
me. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like playing ping pong. Like if somebody spikes it at you, you kind of got to like return it a bit, you know?
yep. Hey, basically, if they dish it out, I assume they can take it. That's my approach. So
That is the best move. If somebody spikes it at you, if you can get it to come back at them like faster than they think it's going to come back, that's a good move. I miss ping pong.
oh, well,
All right.
you'll be back at it one of these days. All right, but so we'll be back next week again. For people who noticed that we changed times recently, we changed it back. So we're 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, and all the way down the time zones. Thanks for like those, like, no, it's like still got people watching. We appreciate you sticking with us. We appreciate some of the interaction, right? I guess we appreciate that it was interaction. Maybe not necessarily the content of the interaction.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping the algorithm anyway. And also, I know I said it before, but super excited to have Matt back.
Me
Glad,
too.
glad you were able to get the surgery done, and hope recovery continues and you get back to your usual self. And yeah, either way, yeah, we'll be back next week, and I'm still trying to keep up with my regular like Sunday, like little shorter videos. So should have another one of those out this weekend for you. But yeah, thanks for coming. Again, do all the things that you do on the socials, like, subscribe, follow, comment, share. Yeah, all the things. We appreciate everyone who's like been hanging out with us, whether you're in the chat or just watching. It's all awesome. Thank you so much. And
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
nighty night. And this is the part where Tommy forgets that he doesn't have the thing queued, but then takes a couple seconds, and now it's queued.
Bitch.